Mientras. Okay.
Now we are live. Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
We've got
Hey.
Eugene, Melissa, AZ, Eden, Corinne, Frank, Penny, Philip, Judy, Sue, Patrick. Wow. Got the whole gang here. Hey, guys.
Someone said that.
All right, and both of y'all have permission to record.
That for all it's I don't capture later on, so that would be nice.
Yeah, I didn't hear the first part of what you said because you're breaking up already.
Oh Lord.
Starting strong.
You
Nothing.
Hope everyone's doing well
there-
today. Thank you for joining us. We're excited for another action-packed
plugged in.
episode of this Bible Decode, the no bullshit Bible study.
Right on.
And we're starting with chapter 21, and this is when it starts to get real dense, real heavy, a lot of big stuff. And this is like the perfect, Charlie and I were just discussing before this, and Charlie was saying this is the perfect segue to get to Revelation. It is just getting everything fully aligned. Jesus is warming us up for it. So yeah, we're gonna be getting into the heavy stuff today. Wow, we've got M Seeker of Truth on the line. Hey, buddy. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, M Seeker. We love you, buddy. Great work. Justin, we should touch upon the follow-up video that M Seeker
Yeah,
showed the other day about the cleaning follow charge underage
yeah.
young
You're breaking up,
girl
Charlie.
that were
You're breaking up, Charlie. Let me explain it. But yeah, as Charlie's saying, M Seeker just has released some great stuff recently. If you haven't checked out his channel in a minute, definitely go do so. But we did our live the other day on the Charlie Ward saying that he gets his intel from a random cleaning lady that answered the phone at the bank who told him about the quantum financial system booting up, if you can believe that. So that's one sort of funny bit they did. And then now he just released another, and that's just a little 5-minute clip you can watch. I mean, you can watch the full show that they covered this on, but there's also just like a 5-minute clip. You can see that. And then following that, I don't know if y'all watched the 30 reasons not to trust Charlie Ward or why M Seeker doesn't trust Charlie Ward. And if you haven't, I'd highly recommend that. But the biggest one was Charlie Ward saying that he basically worked with Jimmy Savile and procured under young girls. You know, he stopped mid-sentence and saying that, but young girls for Jimmy Savile for, you know, in his words, for that they were going to shag. So procuring children for sex. And he backtracked on this statement the other day and was saying that he didn't say all these things and it wasn't like that and it was only a couple girls, but M Seeker just does another phenomenal job of just taking the very words that come out of his mouth and showing how he just lies. He says one thing and then he says another. You know, he just is constantly lying, and then that's what you do when you get stuck in lies. Is you either come clean and you repent and you ask for forgiveness and you make it right, or you have to keep lying on top of your lies and just getting worse and worse and worse. And that's clearly what he's choosing to do, is just to keep lying. So yeah, we appreciate M Seeker for, you know, he's gotten a lot of flack for calling out these guys. We've gotten a lot of flack for calling out these guys, and it's the right thing to do. We can't just stay silent and let people be led, let our friends be led to the slaughter. If they choose to continue doing so after we've spoken, then that's one thing. I can't force anyone to do anything. I can't change anyone's free will, but I wouldn't feel right. I wouldn't be doing the right thing if I wasn't speaking out the truth. And that means in every single moment. And as we've reiterated, this is not about judging Charlie Ward or any of these characters, because we'd have to walk a mile in their shoes, and who knows what sort of life has led them to these kind of moments to make these kind of decisions. So I'm not judging him as a man, but I'm most certainly judging the actions, and I'm most certainly understanding that these are lies. And in order to stop the lies, we have to call them out. We have to be willing to do the right thing in every single moment. So yeah, that's that. It looks like you're a little bit clearer, Charlie. Did you have anything else to add on that? Or Marie, did you have anything to touch on?
I want to acknowledge you both for doing the work that is outlined for us in the Bible. And Colleen said it great to me yesterday. Just, is our problem with the Bible that Jesus is kind of, strong and calls it out? Is that what's hard about it sometimes? Because it's seeing someone stand up for the truth. And so I just want to acknowledge both of you for studying this book the way that you have and doing your best to demonstrate and to guide others in how Christ was and to embody that Christ consciousness, which is not a pushover. It's not everybody gets to do their truth and be a crazy person and take other people down with them. And so, yeah, you guys are awesome. And I haven't met Seeker of Truth, but I definitely enjoyed the house cleaning one. It was hilarious with the little skit, and just kind of keeping light of all of this. I think that really is helpful, because I think a lot of cats these days are pretty bummed out by all of it and this, dragging it on and all of this. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks to you guys for doing the work. Yeah. So, Charlie.
Yeah, did you have anything to add, Charlie? Or did you want to jump right in? We've got a lot to cover today. These are some dense chapters. If you can.
I'll just add a couple of things here.
Might want to keep the video turned off. It's still breaking up quite a bit.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Remember, Justin was alluding to this. If we turn a blind eye to this, how many people are going to be hurt? Scam artists, somebody who's provably been scamming people for a long time. How many people are going to get hurt? And if we don't say, if we know better, we have to do better. And if we know and we don't say anything, then we're liable. And we're liable in the house of God, not in any court of law. And so what chooses you when you accuse speaking the truth, means they look at you, because that attacking the person who is asking you to do homework and to do your research and to go within yourself and to just, there's so much stuff that I have been given about this that we haven't even divulged yet, because there's no need. They're coming from his own lips, his own mouth, are overwhelming. And to look at these things, when you call out for pointing out, and this is stuff, we're in the desert. We're going to get in today this very key passage 24, which is the abomination of desolation. Do you know what desolation means? Desolation is desert. We are in the desert. And the abomination are those that are attempting to manipulate and make a profit out of people's ignorance and or fear. And so when you know better, you have to do better. So when you share this, which is from Vision's own lips, and negatively towards us, simply saying that you need to hear the message that is being given, then you have to look at you. We are ultimately this, the whole lies, they must be attacked. Lies must be given the light of day, because if we don't, nothing's changed. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, this will all happen again. Blind eye to the lie. You give it room to maneuver. That's all these demons left. You give a dime an inch, it makes a dollar. You give an inch space, it makes a mile. And you give it no, we can give it no space. We begin faster. So Justin originates with me, shoulders, not anybody else's.
Charlie, we're really losing.
If any,
We're really losing what you're saying. It was okay for a second and it just keeps getting worse and worse.
yeah, the best thing to do is, and in the meantime, you guys get started, and we'll exit out and we'll come back in.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Charlie was saying these next few chapters, and even just reading through the other night, these are really dense chapters, and there's a lot of really important stuff to cover. So we are going to be reading these in full. So I'm just going to start with 21:1, and we read this last time, but it'd just be good to reiterate it. So at the beginning of 21. And when they drew nigh unto Jerusalem, and were come to Bethphage, unto the Mount of Olives, then sent Jesus 2 disciples, saying unto them, Go into the village over against you, and straightway ye shall find an ass tied and a colt with her. Loose them, and bring them to me. And if any man say aught unto you, ye shall say, The Lord hath need of them, and straightway he will send them. All this was done that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, saying, Tell ye the daughter of Zion, Behold, thy king cometh unto thee, meek, and sitting upon an ass, and a colt the foal of an ass. And the disciples went and did as Jesus commanded them, and brought the ass and the colt, and put on them their clothes, and they set him thereon. And a very great multitude spread their garments in the way. Others cut down branches from the trees, and it strawed them in the way. And the multitudes that went before and that followed cried, saying, Hosanna to the Son of David. Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. And when he was come into Jerusalem, all the city was moved, saying, Who is this? And the multitude said, This is Jesus, the prophet of Nazareth of Galilee. Do you want me to keep going, Charlie, or just read that first section? What do you think? Okay. And Jesus went into the temple of God, and cast out all of them that sold and bought in the temple, and overthrew the tables of money changers, and the seats of them that sold doves, and said unto them, It is written, My house shall be called the house of prayer, but ye have made it a den of thieves. And the blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them. And when the chief priests and scribes saw the wonderful things that he did, and the children crying in the temple and saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, they were sore displeased, and said unto him, Hearest thou what these say? And Jesus saith unto them, Yea, have ye never read, Out of the mouth of babes and suckling thou hast perfected praise? And he left them and went out of the city into Bethany, and he lodged there. Now in the morning, as he returned into the city, he hungered. And when he saw a fig tree in the way, he came to it, and found nothing thereon but leaves only, and said unto it, Let no fruit grow on thee henceforth forever. And presently the fig tree withered away. And when the disciples saw it, they marveled, saying, How soon is the fig tree withered away? Jesus answered and said unto them, Verily I say unto you, if ye have faith and doubt not, ye shall not only do this which is done to the fig tree, but also if ye shall say unto the mountains, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive. And when he was come into the temple, the chief priests and the elders of the people came unto him as he was teaching, and said, By what authority doest thou these things? Doest thou these things? And who gave thee this authority? And Jesus answered and said unto them, I also will ask you one thing, which if you tell me, I in likewise will tell you by what authority I do these things. The baptism of John, whence was it? From heaven or of men? And they reasoned with themselves, saying, If we shall say, From heaven, he will say unto us, Why did ye not then believe him? But if we shall say, Of men, we fear the people, for all hold John as a prophet. And they answered Jesus and said, We cannot tell. And he said unto them, Neither tell I you by what authority I do these things. But what think ye? A certain man had 2 sons, and he came to the first and said, Son, go work today in my vineyard. He answered and said, I will not. But afterward he repented and went. And he came to the second and said likewise. And he answered and said, I go, sir, and went not. Whether of them twain did the will of his father? They say unto him, The first. Jesus saith unto him, Verily I say unto you that the publicans and the harlots go into the kingdom before you. For John came unto you in the way of righteousness, and ye believed him not. But the publicans and the harlots believed him, and ye, when ye had seen it, repented not afterward, that ye might believe him. Hear another parable. There was a certain householder which planted a vineyard, and hedged it round about, and digged a winepress in it, and built a tower, and let it out to husbandmen, and went into a far country. And when the time of the fruit drew near, he sent his servants to the husbandmen, that they might receive the fruits of it. And the husbandman took his servants, and beat one, and killed another, and stoned another. Again, he sent other servants more than the first, and they did unto him likewise. But last of all he sent unto him his son, saying, They will reverence my son. But when the husbandmen saw the son, they said among themselves, This is the heir, come, let us kill him, let us seize upon his inheritance. And they caught him, and cast him out of the vineyard, and slew him. When the Lord therefore of the vineyard cometh, what will he do unto these husbandmen? They say unto him, He will miserably destroy these wicked men, and he will let out his vineyard unto other husbandmen, which shall render with him the fruits in their seasons. Jesus saith unto them, Did ye never read in the scriptures, The stone which the builders rejected, the same is become the head of the corner? This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Therefore I say unto you, the kingdom of God shall be taken from you, and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. And whosoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. And when the chief priests and Pharisees had heard his parables, they perceived that he spake of them. And when they sought to lay hands on him, they feared the multitude, because they took him for a prophet. Wow, so much there.
Great reading.
Thanks.
Great. Yeah. There's a lot in there.
Yeah,
The money changer.
just
Go for it.
yeah, right. I mean, this is just a perfect example of how Jesus was not this passive dude. Like he came for business. Like he was serious. Like get get the fuck out of my place. Like get the hell out of here. What are you doing? What are you doing when you're making this a den of thieves? I mean, and that's what we have to do. We have to recognize when there are thieves and liars, and later on we'll get to where he's starting calling people hypocrites all the time. Like, we have to do that. We have to do that. We have to make everything righteous. And that involves calling it out. That involves calling it out. Yeah, I mean, there's no.
It truly does, Justin. Are you guys able to hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay. So really quickly, it really does. And once again, when you know better, you have to do better. And so for anyone who feels themselves getting riled up inside by someone confronting a belief that they have, then you have to take a hard look at your beliefs. And one of the greatest gifts that we're providing to you through this is this decoding of the Bible, is showing you the real Jesus Christ. And there's no two ways about it. This is not putting any spin on it. This is simply allowing you to see without all of the smoke and mirrors of the scribes, the lawyers, and the Pharisees of the church. You just need to remember they are the true demons. They are the enemy. They do not exist for you. They are not magical men. They are not spiritual men. They're ghostly men. And really quickly, what I'll do, and then I'll pass it back over, and the two of you can start going through this incredible chapter. But this is where you get with the Catholic Church, and therefore Christianity, is this division between the separation of the truth into lie. And this is this the Holy Spirit being called the Holy Ghost. Who calls the Holy Spirit the Holy Ghost? The demons of the Catholic Church. Now, why do they call the Holy Spirit the Holy Ghost? Because they're the architects of maritime admiralty law. And what does maritime admiralty law do? It leaves the real you in the birthing canal to fend for yourself, and they take the two-dimensional, all capitalized, three-word name version of you and turn you into a piece of paper and a birthing certificate. And that is a ghost. You are a ghost of yourself, which is a fraction of yourself, which is 10% of yourself. So what they've done from birth is turned you into your left brain, and they have greeted you with a left brain world. And everything in the world out there is about the ego. Everything is designed to manipulate you through exasperating your ego. So that's the world we live in. There's no other purpose for it, no other reason for it. It's to have you born as a slave and remain a slave, where you are your own gatekeeper, you are your own jailer, and that is your ego, that is your left brain. And so this is the Holy Ghost is them in plain sight, ridiculing, making fun of you as the slaves that they see you as. There's no such thing as a Holy Ghost. That's ludicrous. There's the Holy Spirit. What does Jesus teach? The Holy Spirit. The Spirit, the Holy Spirit of God, is what is known as consciousness, which is nine, which is divine. And when you unite Father and Son, Jesus Christ with the Father, and Jesus is the 13 because the 1 is always surrounded by the 12. When you combine the divinity of the God consciousness, which is 9, with the Son of God, which is 13, then you get 22, which is the Mother, which is the Sacred Feminine Mother. It's the only way. It's the only way. And this is the truth in plain sight. And this is all that they do to you. They have not done much to the Bible at all because they don't fully understand it. And every time they've tried to, they make a mess of it. And then they have to backtrack and throw it away. And so they don't really understand the scriptures, because of course they can't, because they're not goodly, godly men. They're demons of the left brain. They're dragons. They're lizards in their left brain ego. And this is the war, and this is why the Bible is the greatest book, and why it is as important today as it ever has been and ever will be, because it's talking about this one story and this one true enemy, and that enemy is within, and you sleep with it. You're sleeping with the enemy, which is your left brain, and you give it an inch, it will take a mile. And that's why Jesus is the way he is. That's why Colleen and I are the way we are, because we don't want to see you fall, and we cannot let you take an inch in the wrong direction, because it leads to a precipice. Donald Trump coming out with a little interview yesterday, and the title of the speech was Precipice, right? At the precipice, I believe, and that's where we are, and this is where we're leading to as we get in this miraculous 7, the touchdown from 21 to 28 within Matthew that leads us to Revelations, the reveal, and this is this abomination of the desolation. The abomination of the desolation.
Desolation of smog.
Why do you think Professor Tolkien called, the area surrounding the lonely mountain, the one mountain that was flowing with gold inside, but it has now been ruled over by a dragon, and he called the lands all surrounding it now a desert, and that it was the desolation of smog, which is the abomination of the desolation, which we'll get to today in 24. So back over to you guys, but this is what's being said. This is all about left brain, right brain. And look at what these demons of the church are threatening to do to Jesus, only because he was surrounded by multitudes that they not lay their disgusting, bony, greedy, violent, disgusting fingers upon the Christed ones. The only reason is because they were fearful that the masses would tear them apart. And when they heard this from Jesus, what did they want to do? They wanted to grasp him and throw him into a prison, throw him into a jail so that nobody would ever see him again. But what they don't get is this: when any time somebody ever throws you into a prison, it's a tomb, and then God comes to you. God comes to you and sets you free anytime that you are purposefully or forcefully set into the cave, into the tomb, into the prison, into the jail, that you free. Because that's the only place that freedom comes from. Okay, back over to you guys.
You want to start off, Marie? You're muted.
Okay, here I go. Thank you. Thanks for all of that, Charlie. I think it's important for us to just take it all in at times and realize what was actually going on in his time. And just to go back to the money changers for a second, I was really impressed upon the seats of them that sold doves, and doves really representing peace. And we could look at it, what's just happening today, with M. Seeker of Truth, with the Charlie Ward situation, like those that are selling peace. And, some of our friends would say, we don't want a piece, we want the whole thing. We don't just want a piece of it, we want everything. And that those are the ones too that he's kind of getting rid of. And it kind of got me to thinking how our egos love those who sell doves in the temples. Our egos love those people so much because they feed the ego that little piece, that inch that you were speaking. That's who's feeding that energy. And so our egos are attracted to those people, and we don't want to see them discriminated against or their tables ruined. But that's it's what Christ was showing us, that we are so different. And you said it to me yesterday, and just around how, there's always a small group that can see it. And then it goes on later to say, and the blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them, willing to be healed. And that's all we're asked to do, is to have that little bit of willingness to see things differently. And when we have that, we're able to heal. And that healing is what brings us back to the wholeness of who we really are, and not just that piece. Well, I'm a little bit healed over here and a little bit healed over there.
Now you're kind of breaking up a little bit, Marie.
And I'm just so pleased. Okay, I'll found me now, guys. So I'll pass
Yeah.
it back to you, Justin.
Okay. Yeah. If you just want to close out other things that might help you out. And I find it helpful if you pause, like if you want to still be on the live chat, just pause the stream of it so it's not playing the video. It helps a little bit too. But yeah, as Marie was saying, like it's important that we aim for the wholeness, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. We can't be complacent and accepting of just parts of it, or whoever just comforts our ego and tells us what we want to hear. We've got to be humble enough to accept when that might change, or when we've been led wrong, or have to do something different. I had Joanne in our group chat asked the other day, like, what would I say is the most consistent thing that I see with people who are growing the most of people that I talk to, and I said it's it varies from person to person, but it really comes down to an eagerness to learn. You have to have that fire and that passion and that willingness to learn, but it also has to be equally as paired with that humility to acknowledge when you've been led wrong, when you've followed something incorrectly, and that just like quick ability to say, oh, okay, that was wrong. Okay, let's move on. I'm not going to get tied to it. I'm not going to get upset about it. I see that it was that way, but people who get so stuck in that way that I have to be, I can't be proven wrong. That cognitive dissonance sets in, and I'm not able to accept it. That's when we really start to slow down our progression, and we get really stuck. So really just letting go of those holds, letting go of our egoic desire to hold on to things. That's why there's so much talk in the Bible about idols. We can't use idols, we can't use people to hold on to. It's about the truth. It's about the truth, and it's about God, and naturally those who are aligned with the truth and aligned with God will be there. But we can't get tied to people, because people make mistakes, and people do get led wrongly. Even those who might have been on that same path at the beginning, they can be led wrongly later on down the path. So it's just important to stay true. Stay true. So yeah.
I love that. That was so good, because it's the chief priests and the scribes who represent that. They're like those archetypes of the ones that want to be right, because we have this degree or we have this position. And so what you're speaking to in terms of humility really goes on to share what Jesus was saying later, just out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou perfected praise. It's constantly coming back to that curiosity of a child. And there's something that happens with this egoic mindset that we find ourselves in so often, is that it's like at some point we think we're supposed to have all the answers, and even if we don't, then we fake it. And it's like the lie. It's like you said it, so then you have to fake it, and then you got to keep going. And it's like my mother said to me when I was like 3, if you tell a lie, because I'd eaten a candy, she was like, if you tell a lie, you're going to have to tell another one and another one and another one and another one. And that's how this thing works. And so then you end up being a scribe or a Pharisee, and you're so stuck in the truth of who you think you are that you're stuck. You're literally like, you can't move. You got no flow, you got no chi, you got nothing but your little brain there that says the Son of God is wrong. Like, big mistake, brother, big mistake. So I would like to dive into this next paragraph. And if Charlie and Colleen want to explain a little bit of this fig tree, this kind of got me going. I have a few ideas of my own, but I'd like to hear what you guys, unless there's something else you want to go to. But just the fact that he got to the tree and there wasn't anything there, and so then he was like, "You're done." I don't know. I'm sure I'm missing something there, but that was kind of like, it's about our own fruits. It's about our own production, or our own worthiness and our own knowingness. And then just how the disciples are always so marveled by these things. They're always so fascinated. So yeah, if you guys can break that down. And then it's that that famous quote at the end there in 21:22, whosoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive. It's like, and you guys demonstrate that beautifully. Like, you just keep knowing in the now. You K and you know. You K now. You know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
big.
and Marie, that's what knowing is K is 11, which is the mass number. So the most important thing to remember is the K or the GN. It referencing the master. So you're a master. So when you're the master of the now, then you know. When you're the master of the now, then you know. And so we were talking with Marie and Danny last night, and we're the situation with yoga, which is a crying shame because it's very, very important. Because what yoga truly is, clearly is, and nobody seems to know this, which is, again, another crying shame. But what yoga is practice for meditation. Practice makes perfect. And this is doing the work. Yoga is so crucial. This is so crucial. Moving forward, I really want Marie and Danny to really run with this and be the leaders of teaching yoga this Buddha way, the right way. And it is so important because everything about yoga is to work on the subtleness of you, not the physicality of you. That will come. The physicality of you flows like a river when the subtlety of you is born. Is born out of the kingdom of heaven, which is within you. The subtle body of your superhighway, which are your, and nobody can feel and nobody can touch. Of course, we thoughts, nobody can or thoughts within you, but you know that they're there. You know that they're real, and that is within you. So what yoga is doing is it's through the diaphragmatic breathing, it's forcing you to go within and to open the fire, which then cleanses all of the synapses and opens the pathway from 1 to 6 in the hopes that you will wear the crown 7. And this is that subtle superhighway within you of your chakras. And this is what yoga is. Yoga is doing the work. But if you don't teach God, then you're not teaching yoga, because the whole purpose to yoga is to connect to God, and the only way to practice yoga properly and is God. So so all these people that teach yoga and don't first think about God or the Bible or and have no faith in creationism versus scientism, it's just a travesty. And this is whom you have, and this is the Rockefeller Rothschild industry of the new spirituality, where all they do is scratch at the surface, just a nice little scratch at the veneer, but never get in deep, never go within. And this is that modern yoga, which is a travesty to our traditional yoga, because yoga is this doing the work that we speak of. Yoga is doing the work in preparation to enter into the kingdom of heaven, to enter into the temple that Hiram Abiff, built, which is known as Solomon's temple. Your beautiful mind is Solomon's temple, and the Hiram Abiff that built in silence the temple within you that's already there. You just have to go and illuminate it. Is the Hiram Abiff is the Hiram above, which is Jesus Christ. You have to raise your Christ consciousness. So everything about yoga is about connecting to God, and this is doing the work. So what is a fig tree? What is a fig tree? It's a gift from God, and it is a tree that is bass backwards to some or perfectly righteous to others. because what the fig tree literally and figuratively does is that it roots are constantly looking to spread and to grow upward so that there's more growth, and the loins are reaching down so that everyone can very easily replenish themselves of the tree. So in other words, what the fig tree is an allegory. It's real as well, but it's an allegory. And this allegory is the allegory of giving. And the fig tree is constructed to do one thing and one thing only, which is to perpetually give. So when Jesus comes to the fig tree with no figs on it, then it's an abomination of the desolation. It's an abomination of the desolation, and it's a crying shame. And so he put his hands to the tree and commandeth it to go. If you do not want to be with God, God is the God of the living, then be dead. And the apostles were amazed once again. And you know, my Lord, how did you do that? And why did you do that? And so then here's what he said. And this is, you know, very, very important. And now, which verse is this? Anyone? Which verse? 21. 21, right? 21. So what's 21? The Father and the Mother uniting with the child, creating the Holy Trinity. So in the Holy Trinity verse, Jesus answered and said unto them, truthfully I say unto you, if ye have faith and doubt not, ye shall not only do this which is done to the fig tree, but also if ye shall say unto this mountain, be thou removed and thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. Why does the Bible go out of its way constantly to point out that the harlots are the first ones to cleave to God and then cling to God and resurrect themselves and their lives, and that they are completely forgiven and play such prominent roles, like in the city of Jericho, to lead this JFK Jr. led invasion to take back the riches of this world into the treasury of God instead of the treasury of demons. Why did that? Because the harlots are sick and tired of being exploited. They are pushed to the bottom. They are like our children. The women are like our children. The elderly are like our children. The women, the children, and the elderly are picked upon because they're the easiest targets to these freaking vermin, scum of the earth. And they pick on the easiest targets because that's what these little chicken shits do.
And we're the allegory of the harlot, right? They use us and abuse us and stick us at the bottom and usurp our essence, and
they turn us into whores because we no longer have God within us. But what Jesus constantly says is, it doesn't matter what you did before. It doesn't, but dear Lord, I have been a publican collecting taxes for the man. But I say unto you, my son is sick, and I know that you are the true Messiah of God. And I beggeth thee, come to my house and lay thy hands upon my son, and I know that ye shall give life back to my son. And what does Jesus say? Here is a man that we must all admire. This is a man. So proof in the pudding to what Justin is saying when he was beautifully speaking to the situation with Charlie Ward at the beginning and the work that M. Seeker of Truth has been doing is this. If Charlie Ward truly lamented, if Charlie Ward truly saw the wickedness of his ways and truly became a servant to all of us, the children of God, becoming a children of God, what would Marie, what would Justin, what would Colleen, and what would myself do? We'd be the first ones to reach out and to hug that man and to hold that man and then to raise that man up, not tear him down. We're tearing down the facade that is built around him out of alabaster. But you remove the alabaster and it's a worm. And that worm, it needs to become the butterfly. The butterfly has to get out. and to fly free, to fly freely. And so we would be the first ones to do this. And that's why Justin said his piece and said what he said, which is this, that when you know better, you have to do better. And that's all we're doing. We're simply saying that this is somebody who has great skills and abilities, and he needs to start using those skills and abilities to the right side of things. And
You
then
don't continue lying about what you've done, though.
exactly, and this is why Marie beautifully spoke her part to this, making it whole, which is so beautiful. And then Marie talked about the lies, and this is what my grandmother said too. My nana, who lived to 107, amazing, absolutely amazing. And like I said, when she passed, we were all like, no way. It's like, she's life. That's pure life. I can't believe it, right? 107. That means nothing. But that's what Marie is saying, is that when you lie, you then have to continually lie to protect that lie. And then the lies just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why you're tired all the time. Charlie falls asleep on all of his podcasts because he's so tired being someone that is constantly having to protect this false kingdom instead of reality, what just is. Just relax. You don't have to worry, and you don't have to constantly be thinking. If you're not telling lies, you have nothing to worry about. I can't believe these people that tell lies, because what a way to live your life, where you constantly have to remember all of the lies that you've told, and then all of the subsequent lies to protect the lies that you've told.
Oh, what a wicked web we weave.
Oh, what a wicked web we weave. And then on the show the other day with Justin, I drew that after the pictogram of Justin as a diagram, his name as a diagram. Then I drew that our reality, the matrix of our reality, or true reality, which is the inner light, which is Jesus Christ, surrounded by the 12. And then when they become illuminated, then they attract apostles, disciples, they attract the 12 to them, and then they begin to teach, and then one or two of those will illuminate, and then those one or two that illuminate will attract the 12 to them, and then you teach, and then one or two of them will become illuminated, and then you see it's all a radial pattern. And I'll just come back to video just for a sec here. So again, a radial pattern is a circle. And so that's the beautiful thing about the geometry of a circle, is that it's 360 degrees, so no child gets left behind. Everything goes out in every single direction. And then there's more. Then there's another nodule here, which is this other enlightened figure. And then they illuminate. The other enlightened figure illuminates, and then there's 12 to him. So that's what we're doing. That's why we're so excited. That's why we love you in the chat room, our family, so much, because when we're talking privately amongst ourselves, we constantly are talking about you, and we're always so pleased with you. And what was Marie saying last night? What gives her the greatest hope for the future is the Freak Sense family, is our chat group, because they're so willing to lay down the wickedness of their ways and to take up that which is right and righteous. And that is the mark. And that's so Jesus is celebrating, always celebrating, no matter what you did, no matter what you did a minute ago, doesn't matter. What are you choosing to do right now? Oh, there's a great man, and we need to exalt this man, because in the now, he's connected to the knowing of the now. He's becoming a master in the moment, and this is what this is all about. So the fig tree is real. It's very real, and it's always abundant. It just keeps producing. Jesus comes along and says, there's no fruit on it. So if thou choosest death, then depart from me. Then that's all he's doing. So the allegory,
which we should be doing to our thoughts.
Exactly, because that's what this is all about. So one of the things I was going to start the show with today, but we didn't have the signal, I'll just quickly add it in here. And I talked a little bit about this, between the difference between the Holy Ghost and the Holy Spirit. And the truth is, the Holy Spirit, don't use this word. Stop it. You're no longer a slave. You are bestowed with the Holy Spirit, which is the 9. You raised Jesus Christ, which is the 13. Give you the 22, which is the magnetic Mother Mary upon high. And then that's the Holy Trinity, and that's the purpose of all of this. So, but all of these modern day Christians who are really Satanists, because that's all there is. There's either the teachings of Jesus Christ or not. And if you're not teaching the truth of Jesus Christ, then that is what Satanism is. So really, at the end of the day, all there is good versus evil, Jesus versus Satan, so the truth versus Satanism.
So our journey really is biblical.
It totally is. So when you find yourself not telling the truth, you're with Satan, which there is no Satan, but it means you have no Jesus Christ, and what a shame. And when you are evil, it means that you have no God. And that's such a shame, because they're perpetual. That's the work that Jesus did, is to become perpetual. Somebody has to do this stuff. That's why Colleen and I take this so seriously. That's why we're doing everything ourselves, because what we're just trying to show you is that other for so many years, so we're doing work so that you can see, yes, can be done, and that there are powerful real world benefits to doing that. This is real. This is what this is all about. This is not death. And that's the fig tree. The fig tree is just a giver of life. And that's the allegory. And when we take of the left brain of the thought, then we destroy the temple. And so that's why the fig tree is predecessed by the visit into the temple and the upsetting of the tables, and including the chosen doves. That you got worked it out, because they're selling false hope. That's the people are selling doves, no. Sharing this free gift, sharing the gift freely, that is God. There's no price attached to it. So this is the significance of all of this. And so I'll just quickly end this little section with this. So with most Christians, they go to church on Sundays, and in church on Sundays, they're constantly singing and dancing, and they're going, I can't wait to die. I can't wait to die. I'm going to go to Jesus in heaven. I'm going to go see God in heaven. I can't wait to die. And then they walk out of church, 3 o'clock, they walk out of church, their cell phone beeps, they've got a message, they click the button, it's from the doctor, and the doctor says, yeah, the biopsy came back and you got cancer, and likely you got 6 weeks to live. Oh my God, I'm going to die. I can't believe it, I'm going to die. I tried to do everything so right, but I'm going to die. Wait a minute, weren't you just singing, I can't wait to die, I can't wait to die, I'm going to go see Jesus in heaven? But then when it suddenly happens, it's like, what Jesus, what God, what heaven? I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Hypocrites, ye of little faith. You say one thing, but you do another. And that's the reality. And that's Satanism.
But that's not understanding what really to die means, right? So that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we don't understand what the death really means. And it's the death of the 10%. You don't have to die.
They're taking it literally versus allegorically, but this is what you get when you take this one way instead of the whole way, and seeing the big picture. So this is it. I'm sorry, but that's 90. And Justin said you say sorry far too often. I'm not going to say sorry anymore. So too bad, too bad. It's the truth. And that is that 99% of modern day Christians are pure hypocrites. And so what does Jesus say?
But that's okay, because when you know better, you do better.
That's right.
Turn around.
So, but just remember, there are consequences to being a hypocrite. So what does Jesus say in Matthew? Which is that when they come looking for Jesus at the pearly gates to heaven, and Jesus says, depart from me, for I never knew you. And they're going, wait a minute. Are you kidding me? I helped raise $14,000 in your name. There is a park bench with a picture of you, which, looks more like, one of these Rothschild kids from Venice or something like that. But I got a picture of you on a park bench that's dedicated to you, and I have worn beautiful clothes in your name, and I showed up every single Sunday for so many years in beautiful clothes in your name to raise money for you. Let me in. And Jesus, nope,
I don't know.
I never knew you. Depart from me. Yep.
Yeah, and that's how these black spells, these dark spells work on us, is we do it to ourselves. They trick us into lying, they trick us into living hypocritically, they trick us into being deceitful, they trick us into taking these false oaths, to saying these false things. And that's so there is no one that has authority or power over us, but they're tricking our own abilities to point it right back at us and distort us and twist us around. And so that's why it's so vital to really gain that clarity and really know what you're doing, because as you know, and as we discussed in the Song Decode show on Sunday, free will, like, if you're not making a choice, someone's going to choose for you. So be conscious, make a choice, stand within you and recognize what you're doing, recognize everything in every single moment, because if you aren't, you're going to be steered. It's inevitable, and it's not like it goes away. It's not like the consequences just don't exist when we aren't aware, when we're ignorant. Even just looking at the word ignorance, it's ignore. If we're ignoring the truth, ignorant, then we're still suffering the consequences. We still have the karmic consequences from doing those things, from being deceitful and living within a lie. It's the same sort of thing. So we have to really take responsibility of that.
So beautiful, Justin. Thank you. And just to follow up what Justin is saying, and I wrote this down earlier today to talk about today. So again, as sort of, and we're going to see that today. Jesus says, as a follow-up to the abomination of the desolation, is that the gospel of heaven needs to be taught in this entire kingdom, in God's kingdom. So we have to go forth and we have to teach the gospel in every part of God's kingdom. It is what is absolutely necessary. So what's gospel? It's God's spell. It's the spell of God, which are the letters which make up the words. The magic. Yeah, but again, it's the Son of God is the Word made flesh, and the Word made flesh comes through the letters, the alphabet, the letras, the alphabet of God. So it's God's spell. Gospel is God's spell. But they've turned it into gospel, which is a ghost spell. And that's it. This is it. So you allow the lawyers to doctor things, and then you allow the scribes to write it down, and then you allow these homosexual dress wearers to then speak to them, dancing around with their disgusting, they always use the worst incense. There's so many incredible variations of incense that draw you in, that just make you feel at ease. But no, the Catholic Church, no, they burn the most vile, disgusting smell. You just go like, I hate incense because this is horrid. Yeah, the Catholic Church goes out of the way to find that. Why aren't they burning sweet cannabosum? That God says it's His favorite incense, right there in the pages of the Old Testament. So why aren't they doing that? They certainly got enough money, and they're the ones that are growing it all. So they certainly got enough of it, but they don't use that. They use the most vile smelling incense, so that you won't use incense and you won't go within. So gospel that Justin is speaking to is the truth, because that's God's spell, which is the alphabet, and they've turned it into their variation of God's spell, and they've turned it into the go spell, which is a ghost spell. Go spell. Go spell is ghost spell. And that's what the Catholic Church is. That's what modern Catholicism or Christianity has become. It's just a pack of lies, written by liars and then taught by liars. And they all have to protect themselves because they all drive Mercedes, they all drive BMWs, they've got a house, they've got a wife, they've got a mistress, and it costs money. And so they need you to not find the kingdom of heaven, because then you're gone. You're gone, and you're on the road, and you're teaching, and you're attracting 12 people to you, and then you and your 12 are going around. That's what it's all about. And none of them want this for you. Your pastors, they don't want this for you. The priests, they surely don't want this for you. Just keep filling up my bowl. Keep filling up my bowl. And Jesus enters into the temple. He knocks all the bowls over. But they don't get the message, because the message is the destruction of them.
I think what you were saying about there was two, like you're either a Satanist or you're a Christian. Like you're either on the, like that was really profound for me, because I think that so many people could tune into this, could get which side they were on if they paid more attention to their feelings, and if they were just more in touch with how they felt at church. And are they like projecting a personality at church? Are you projecting I'm this powerful attorney who contributes 10%, so I'm on the board of directors? I mean, I grew up in one of these communities, so I am like really getting fried right now in the best possible way, because I remember the feelings and being really in touch with other people's feelings and being like, they're not feeling it, and this is a creepy thing that guy just said, and why is everybody wearing dresses? And there's just so much to it when you take a step back and really look at it, that really is appalling. The ritual aspect of it, and the drinking the blood of Christ as a child. I used to be like, that's gross. Like, I don't want to do that. But then we would, walk up there as little children with our arms crossed, and it just always, like, I loved God. I always wanted to be with God. And I think that that's what we all, as children, we wanted. And so we did what our families of origins did to connect with God. But at some point, there is that distinction that we need to make. And the other point I wanted to pull from that you were speaking to are the benefits of doing so. It's not an injustice to you. Okay, maybe you're not going to be best friends with that community anymore, but the benefits are you feel then the presence of God. And that is more valuable than, being approved of by a bunch of publicans, right? And scribes. Like those guys, you can see them, it's written, they didn't get it, but they projected themselves as they did, and they made those of us who knew, because we felt it was off, feel like we were the crazy ones. And now we have this whole kind of culture around being freaks, but it's a play on the word, because what are we really seeing here? We're seeing through the veil, because we've tapped our feeling bodies. We've removed so much of the things that are in the way. And that's a benefit. And I just wanted to really hone in on that, because you said it, and then you said a bunch of other brilliant things. But I was talking about this with a friend and a client this morning, just around, we perceive it often as a cost to walk the walk and to be Christ-like. But it's the benefits are far more, are just far more important for us to focus on, because that will expand. And that's what I wanted to say about that. I hope that came through. I can't really tell.
It did. It came through beautifully, Marie, and it's thank you for sharing, because once again you're sharing your unique, individual, brilliant understanding of this one story, this one truth, but it's coming through your beautiful form and function, which is just care, compassion, passion, and innocence and grace. There's so much innocence and grace about you as well, and that's that. This is why we need so many different teachers, because we all teach it differently. Charlie Freak is just a certain way, and maybe I needed to come first with this resurrection, but those that will follow will do so in different ways, and then maybe the many will be able to take of the serum far more readily through the lips of Marie than mine. And that's why we do this. That's why we do this. That's why we empower Siobhan, and the brilliance of her music making is now what we've just done. What we're doing with Siobhan is that we're now giving her, look, again, like I've always taught you, look at Steely Dan and Alan Parsons Project in America, all of these bands that were just writing about this one story and this deep devotion to God. What were they all? They were the most prolific bands in history. They put out the most albums. They wrote the most songs. They never ran into these blockages. They just produce, and they produce brilliance again and again, because it's flow, it's ease and it's flow. And so you never run into this writer's block. People who suffer from writer's block are people that unfortunately are Satanists. And again, just understand what's being said here. A Satanist is you have no Christ consciousness. You're not connected to Jesus Christ. So and so nothing's flowing for you, and you struggle, and you have to think of it, but your thoughts are polluted, your thoughts are toxified. You are a fig tree, but you have no fruit on your fig tree, and so you might as well just wither away now and be done with it, than prolong this madness. And that's all that this is. We are supposed to be the givers. We're mankind. Being the pinnacle of God's creation means that we have the most responsibility. With the greatest gifts come the greatest responsibilities. And so when I teach about the animals, they come to us on their own volition, because it's hardwired into them to seek us, and to trust us, and to love us, and to teach us, and to help us, and to make us better and complete us, and help us create a real family, not the one that you're born with, you're birthed with, but this real family of feeling, of love, of deep connection, of loving the right way, and the right way, which is this non-judgmental, eternal love. I always love you. I always love you. I always love you. And that's how children love, and that's how cows love. And so we are the pinnacle of God's creation upon the mount, and we all just live down in the bottom of the valleys, and we're killing the very ones that are filled with wisdom and love, that come to us seeking family, and we kill them. But you're a good person because you like dogs and cats. Not so much with the pigs, the cows, the lambs, the chickens. And virtually, everything else that fits on a skewer, or can, you can get on a barbecue. So, what is that? That's hypocritical. You're a hypocrite. When you're a hypocrite, you are a Jesuit. And what are the Jesuits? The Order of Jesus. Why did the Jesuits have to become the Order of Jesus? Because they must control this man. You cannot let this man free, or everything changes. Everything changes. Their money temples are tipped and tilted and withered because and that's how I know the Q team is on the right side of everything. And like I've always taught everyone, just go and read the Q drops, the Q posts from beginning to end, and read them. They're genius, they're holistic, they're goodly, they're godly. But nobody wants to take the time to read them, because that would take way too much time. It's far more easier to just question the Q team, and it's all a hoax. And now virtually everyone in the Truth Committee thinks that Trump is just a charlatan, and maybe he'll try to run for president another 4 years, but he was only in it for himself anyways. And this just proves that the Q team is all just fake, and it's all just a hoax. Ye of little faith. And you're still in the desert. I'm not. You're still in the desert, and you're going to stay there, and this is going to take for frickin' ever for hell to freeze over and for heaven to warm up again, because you are stuck in hell. So the salvation is, I said, read the Q drops for yourself. There's your proof. There's your proof that John F. Kennedy Jr. is a modern day variation of Jesus Christ. That he and Carolyn are in their own way a variation of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, and that they traveled the earth learning cultures and mastering the art of giving, and now the receiving that they're going to get is this peaceful, unified world where the children are free, and that's the gift. That's the gift that they're going to receive. Now, what are they getting from everybody else? Judgment, hatred, non-believability. It's all a lie. It's all this and that, and all because you don't want to take the time to read the Q drops for yourself and to awake to the fire. You don't want to see the truth in plain sight. You don't want to take the time to learn, to make yourself a master, to know more and then do more. You don't want to do that. It's so much easier. It's so much easier, which is,
to become a fig tree with no fruit.
That's right, and that's of course what Neil Peart was saying in the Rush song, which is free will, which is it's far easier to give blame than it is to receive, right? It's so much easier to give blame than it is to receive blame. So I want to be a giver, but only a giver of blame. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. Your fault. And I'm going to just turn the camera back on for a sec here. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. Look at that. It's your fault, but look at that. You got one finger pointing out and you got three pointing right back at you. No, it's your fault. Stop trying to blame others. Who's blaming the others? The 1 inch that wants a mile. The 1 inch that wants a mile is blaming others. But you got three fingers telling you the truth of the matter, pointing right back at you. Father, mother, child. The Holy Trinity is going, no, son, you're telling a lie. And it's not even you that's telling the lie. Your ego is telling the lie. Come home. Come back home to us, prodigal son and daughter. Come back home to us. See? But that's what we do. And that's what the figure for a gun is. When you point a gun at someone, the very nature of to work a gun is to have three fingers pointing back at you. When you point a gun at somebody else, you're pointing it at you. This is all about you and taking responsibility for you. So that's a bit of a segue, but it's important because to know that Trump is a good guy, and to know that the Q team is real, and that all of this happened the way that we've been telling you, is to just know the Q drops. But you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to take the time to do that. It's just so much easier to give blame than it is to receive blame. It's their fault. It's their fault. There's those three fingers again pointing right back at you.
And then just real quick, and then you notice how you feel when you are giving yourself that curse. Then that's your indication that you're on the wrong side of things. So just, it's a 1, 2, 3 switch. That's what it is to be a grown-up. And that's what we're learning how to do, to be the grown-ups in the room. Stop blaming everybody else for our problems. Like, seriously, it's your life. You're an incredible manifester. You might as well do something beautiful with it. That's all. Wow.
Yeah, and speaking of blamers, getting back to this book, the next little segment, I always like picturing anytime these Pharisees and these priests and these elders like to come to Jesus. It's like a old cartoon where they're these villains that are just always bumbling along, and they're just like, oh, we'll get them this time. But they come to Jesus and he's and they ask him, they try and trick him up by asking him what authority he has, and he just stays. And Charlie's referenced this before, but when you're asking the question, when you're always asking the question, then there's nothing that anyone can do. So he's just like, well, riddle me this. Let me ask you a question. And he puts them in a bind. Like he knows that they're living in their left brain. He knows that he asked them, by the baptism of John, whence was it, from heaven or of men? And he knows that they can't respond, because if they say one way, then they're tripped up, and if they say another, they can't do it, because they don't want to acknowledge the authority of God. So he knows they're not going to admit that, and he knows they can't say of men, because, and so it just trips him up, and they say, well, we can't tell you, and he's like, well, I can't tell you either, so goodbye. It's just so good. I love it. And then we get into two really powerful parables that I'm sure we've got a lot to unpack from. The first one being about the man who had two sons, and one he asked to go work for him, and the son said, I will not. But then he went and he did it. And the second said, I will not, or I will do it, and went not. And Jesus asked which one did the will of his father. And the disciples said the first. But Jesus said, verily, I say unto you that the publicans and the harlots go into the kingdom of heaven before you. Essentially saying, wrong, because neither of them did the will of their father. That's what I took from that. But I'd love to hear more on that one specifically, because I think there's a lot to it. Did you have any?
Yeah, just to clarify, and again, we need to move along. So I'm going to just tie it up in a nutshell for everyone, because it's a very powerful allegory. It's very, very important. But what's being said here is that they are thinking for themselves. They are taking thought. They're both in the left brain. So neither is serving thy father. And so then look at what happens with regard to the vineyard and the husbandmen that are working in the vineyard. They turn upon that eldest son. They are prepared to do this, that, and anything, which is the north, the south, and the west. They're just not prepared to go to the east. And you take thought, when you exist of your left brain, then you shall know north, you shall know south, and you shall know west, but you shall not know east. And so this is what is being said, and this is why the parable is in a vineyard, because you are reaping what you sow. And so when you take thought, this is the world that you walk into. And hey, listen, don't cast an eye to this like it's an unbelievable circumstance. You know that stuff as twisted and demented as this is happening every single day within modern city-based families in all the richest countries in the world. This same crazy crap is happening non-stop in families with brothers and sisters and husbands and wives and parents and children. It's happening non-stop. This is the world of the carnal thought. And if you want to go there, then you're surely going to know Simeon, and you're surely going to know Levi and their twin blood red swords, because this is the world that you're carving out for yourself. And you're always tired because it takes so much work to recreate perfection into hell. That's all you're doing. When you take thought for yourself, you're attempting to turn the perfection of God's creation, which is free, abundant, on, and it's forever, it's eternal, never die, and you don't use up your energy, and you constantly have energy to be able to do the next miraculous thing, the next miraculous Monday, which is coming next Monday. And last Monday's show, by the way, was as good as anything I've ever heard. That's Marie. If you're not tuning into these shows, you absolutely should be.
And sharing them with everyone.
And sharing them, that's right, in that circle, and they just go. So that's what the parable is. That's what's being said here. That when you take thought of yourself, this is the hell that you're going to get. And everyone who's around you, satellites, these shadow people in Shadowland, these ghosts of the Holy Ghost, the ghosts that are not there, they will do whatever you need them to do. So when you get out there with your bloody red sword, they will tear you down. They will tear you to pieces, and they will eat your flesh, and they will drink your blood, because they were taught that from a young age in church, right? Drink the blood. Drink the blood. We're vampires. We want you to become vampires. Drink the blood. Eat the flesh. Over a spell, right? That's what spirit cooking is. Cooking the Spirit of God. Cooking the Spirit of God so that you become ghost people, the Holy Ghost, and you drink the blood and you eat the flesh. That's a cannibal. Cain ate Abel. Cannibal. Cain ate Abel. Cannibal. Yep. That's why they do this. And don't roll your eyes at that, because the founders of all of this came through this Catholic Church. Okay? That's why all these popes, so many of the popes look like Charlie Manson, because so many of them come from the Farnese family.
They look like ghouls.
They look like ghouls because they're of the Holy Ghost.
It's a hard one. I was watching a video the other day with you and Santos and Josh X talking about how they used to burn the incense, the cannabosum, in the churches until like the 1500s, and then they switched over to alcohol, and then, all just condoning alcohol, literally. I mean, let's just drink some wine, and then let's just after church go eat a bunch of crap. I mean, it's a hard one. That's why I love you guys and all your faith, because I look at it and go, these cats got a long way to go. But it can happen in a holy instant. It can happen. It's just a change of your mind. It's not as hard as it seems. We just need to be vigilant and disciplined and stay the course. Yes.
Yeah, and you're a yoga teacher. You're a yoga instructor, and Marie and Danny are going to revolutionize the way that everyone looks at this, because again, what is yoga? It's getting to God. It's the ultimate form of Christianity, because it's the ultimate work, because the basis to yoga, and when you challenge any of these yoga masters on this, they'll just clam up, because they know there's nothing that they can say. They know that the truth to yoga is breath and is your breathing. And then the very basis to your breathing and how we actually breathe is diaphragmatic breathing. And if you're not practicing the Buddha breath, then you're not having God within you. If you're not having God within you, then you're evil. It's that simple. Shallow breathing leads to evil acts, which is the devil, which is the absence of God. Deep breathing, deep focused breathing is intention, intent. We just talked about that. Intent. Inside the firmament. Get inside the firm mind. Right here, this is the firm mind. Intention is inside the tent of the dome.
One that doesn't wander around corners so easily.
That's right. Exactly. So it's there for you, and that's why the path is straight, and that's why the path is narrow, and this is why yoga is so important, because it's transmutating you. What it's doing is that it's keeping the physical. You don't have to get rid of the physical. No. You just have to bring out the metaphysical. You have to bring out the subtle body.
Because we want to be of both worlds. Right?
Exactly. So do that downward dog. Do the downward dog, because the downward dog is taking your rising, this falling and rising energy, and bringing it to the outer body, the outer you. And so, the downward dog is getting serious about doing the work. Serious. Dog, the dog star. Serious, the dog star. And it's about getting serious about doing the work. And the work is bringing the subtle body and the subtle mind out there. You have to bring your world out there. You can't take what's out there and bring it into you, or you will be diseased, because they're demons and devils, and you invite it into your very home. So again, this is what Justin was going to refer to, and I think we can just tie all the loose strings with this chapter together with this. And then it says, don't go back into your houses And if you find yourself and if you find yourself out in the fields, don't go back into the house to get any lost items or whatever, and if you're on the roof, stay on the roof. Don't go back into the house. You have to run. And if you're in the fields, climb to the mountain. Climb the mountaintop. And it's all about getting high. And yoga practiced correctly is all about getting high. At the end of a great yoga session, everyone is high as a kite. Nobody had to smoke a doobie. Nobody had to smoke a doobie to get high. They just had to do the work. Yeah, but it's so much easier, Charlie, to just smoke the doobie, man. Right? It's so much easier. Yeah, but you're a cheat. You're a card shark. You're a card cheat. All the time, you want to pull an ace from the bottom of the deck instead of doing the work yourself. Again, the movie The Maverick with Mel Gibson and James Garner, and then at the end of the movie, Mel Gibson, no tricks, no card counting, no nothing. He played his final hand because he wanted to do it, and that was just total trusting, total faith in God, and that the card that he needed, the one card that he needed, he knew he had to have that card, and he knew that card was coming, and that's the card that was cut. No tricks, nothing up my sleeves, nothing. He had pure faith, and that card turned up, because that's the reward when you trust in God. And any harlot can have it, and any publican can have it, any soldier within the Roman army can have it. The moment that you cast thy net to the right, then ye shall know the rich rewards of God, and you truly shall.
Love it. All right, should we get into 22? All right, I'm just going to blast through it. So, and Jesus answered and spake unto them again by parables, and said, The kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king, which made a marriage for his son, and sent forth his servants to call them that were bidden to the wedding, and they would not come. Again he sent forth other servants, saying, Tell them which are bidden, Behold, I have prepared my dinner, my oxen and my fatlings are killed, and all things are ready. Come unto the marriage. But they made light of it, and went their ways, one to his farm, another to his merchandise. And the remnant took his servants, and entreated them spitefully, and slew them. But when the king heard thereof, he was wroth. And he sent forth his armies, and destroyed those murderers, and burned up their city. Then saith he to his servants, The wedding is ready, but they which were bidden were not worthy. Go ye therefore into the highways, and as many as ye shall find, bid to the marriage. So those servants went out into the highways, and gathered together all as many as they found, both good and bad. And the wedding was furnished with guests. And when the king came in to see the guests, he saw there a man which had not on a wedding garment. And he saith unto him, Friend, how camest thou in hither, not having a wedding garment? And he was speechless. Then said the king to the servants, Bind him hand and foot, and take him away, and cast him into the outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth, for many are called, but few are chosen. Then went the Pharisees and took counsel how they might entangle him in his talk. And they sent out unto their disciples with the Herodians, saying, Master, we know that thou art true, and teachest the way of God in truth. Neither carest thou for any man, for thou regardest not the person of men. Tell us therefore, what thinkest thou? Is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar or not? But Jesus perceived their wickedness, and said, Why tempt me, ye hypocrites? Show me the tribute money. And they brought unto him a penny. And he saith unto them, Whose is this man and superscription? They say unto him, Caesar's. Then he saith unto them, Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. When they had heard these words, they marveled, and left him, and went their way. The same day came to him the Sadducees, which say that there is no resurrection, and asked him, saying, Master, Moses said, if a man die, having no children, his brother shall marry his wife, and raise up seed unto his brother. Now there were with us 7 brethren, and the first, when he had married a wife, deceased, and having no issue, left his wife unto his brother. Likewise the second also, and the third, unto the 7th. And last of all the women died also. Therefore in the resurrection, whose wife shall she be of the 7? For they all had her. And Jesus answered and said unto them, Ye do err, not knowing the Scriptures, nor the power of God. For in the resurrection they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are as angels of God in heaven. But as touching the resurrection of the dead, have ye not read that which was spoken unto you by God, saying, I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. And when the multitude heard this, they were astonished at his doctrine. But when the Pharisees had heard that he had put the Sadducees to silence, they were gathered together. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him, and saying, Master, which is it? Which is the greatest commandment in the law? Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these 2 commandments hang all the laws and the prophets. While the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them, saying, What think ye of Christ? Whose son is he? They say unto him, The son of David. He saith unto them, How then doth David in spirit call him Lord, saying, The Lord said unto my Lord, Sit thou on my right hand, till I make thine enemies thy footstool. If David then called him Lord, how is he his son? And no man was able to answer him a word, neither durst any man from that day forth ask him any more questions. Then spake, or no, that's 22. Yeah, a lot going on there too. Those Pharisees and those lawyers and Sadducees and all of them just coming out trying to trip them up every step of the way, and it
So
doesn't work.
once again, Justin, these are words that the average person don't know, and they don't take the time to avail themselves of the truth of knowing these words. So and there's no pastor or priest that's going to tell that they are the Pharisees. So just so that you know, I'm your pastor, or just to let you know, I'm your priest, and just so you know, in the Bible, whom Jesus is speaking to is a variation of myself. I am the one who stands up in front of you and who is reading these words to you from the Bible. I am a Pharisee. So just so you know that every time in the Bible Jesus is speaking of Pharisees, and it's always in a negative light, then they're speaking of me. I just wanted to tell you that before we get started, because I'm all about the truth and I want to share the truth with you. No priest ever said that. No pastor ever said that. And yet that's the truth of the matter. And in this chapter we have scribes, we have lawyers, and we have the Pharisees. Remember, the scribes write down the words, but it's the lawyers. Nobody knows, nobody sees, they're the ones that twist the way the words get written down. Nobody knows their names. Nobody sees them. They're in the darkness, behind the scenes.
Let's just call them in kill brackets, them.
Them. In kill brackets, them. And then what they do is they pay a group of deviants to stand up in front, in dresses, stand up in front of these masses and teach bloodletting and blood drinking and flesh eating, and to make sure that they never give up the truth, that they make sure that they are bloodletting and blood drinking and flesh eating. And that's the price that they pay to be able to have these positions. And then the holy Pope Benedict and the holy Pope Francis, yes, they're full of holes, like Swiss cheese, they're full of holes. But hallowed not be thy name, for hallowed they are not. For they know not what Solomon's temple is, for they never enter within. And when they find others who are doing the work to enter within Solomon's temple, they waylay them. Woe unto you. Matthew. It's in the book of Matthew, and I can't remember exactly where, but in Luke, I think it isn't 11:52 through 54, but in Luke, so it's in Luke and it's in Matthew. But again, famous quote from Jesus saying, "Woe unto you, lawyers, scribes, and Pharisees of the church, for you do not the work and will not go within to know thy one God, thy creator. And what's worse is that you prevent those who are doing the work by trying to go within and waylay them from going within and doing their work. Woe unto you." And what that woe is that when you come to the pearly gates and you ask for admittance and Jesus Christ is there, "Depart from me, for I never knew you." But sure you did. I was wearing a dress in your name, 42 Sundays or 4,200 Sundays in my entire lifetime. Of course you know me. Let me in. "Depart from me, for I never knew you." For you never knew me. You never took me. And that's what we're dealing with here. This is such a stunning passage. "I am the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob." What did those three all do? Isaac means Itzhak. Isaac is Itzhak, which is happiness, of serotonin. Sarah of serotonin.
And we all know Jacob, he did something with his ego. What did he do?
That's right.
He battled him.
He battled the ego for a day, and God blessed him and gave him the name Russel, and blessed him with the Holy Land, Russel, and all of thy descendants. But only one of those 12, set their temple up in the east at the foot of the rising sun, which was Judah, the lion. And like a lion, we must rise and rise and rise again. So, I mean, this chapter is just absolute perfection. What does the first verse say? I always say to you, so key in these first. "And Jesus answered and spoke unto them again, in case you missed it, just so you know, to help you reading this, again, by parables." Jesus never spoke but in parables. What's a parable? It's an allegory, which is a fantastical story or representation to help you remember. You don't need it to be written down, so that you share it around the campfire to your children, father to son, father to son and daughter, and then generation after generation after generation. 14 generations, right? 14 generations from Abraham to David. 14 pristine generations from David to the fall into Babylon and the Babylonian captivity. 14 generations from the height of Babylon to Jesus Christ. 14 is the 42. Now, this is so important because the 42, 4 and 2 is 6, which is the journey of man, the journey of the Son of Man. And the Son of Man is Jesus Christ, who is that center. So he is that 13th cranial nerve. So that's the very center of you, is that. And then there's a little point of light in the middle of it, which is an atom, and this is a monadic circle, monoism, the connection to the one, God, and then this light has to come alive, okay? And when we begin to awaken and we begin to do the work, then what happens is that we get these 12 satellites around us miraculously. And by the way, what you're looking at is of course, so simply you're looking at astrology, and you're looking at the constellations, right? So there's Cancer in the north, and all the way around, Cancer to Leo to the Virgin, to then find truth and freedom in Libra, and then to be bit by the scorpion, but then to know that the only resurrection or the only way, and then around and around and it goes, and it just continues until you get wisdom, getting closer with the two fish and Pisces, so that you are there and conscious and awake to receive the Passover, which is the Aries, the lamb, the perfect lamb arising. And then, you know, we're peaking to this perfection of Cancer, and around and around and around it goes. So this is Jesus Christ surrounded by the 12 apostles, and this is exactly what your head looks like, bird's eye view. If the top of the skull was removed and you look down, this is exactly what you're seeing. You're seeing the 12 cranial nerves, and then the optic thalamus, which is the very center point of the third ventricle of your brain, which is supposed to become the 13th cranial nerve. And so this is why Jesus is the number 13, which is the 12 plus the 1. And this is magnetism, and this is where the scalar wave is created, and this is where eternal life is created. It is the kingdom within you, and this is what is all being said here. So in the beginning of this, Jesus spoke in parables. The kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king which made a marriage for his son, and sent forth his servants to call them that were bidden to the wedding, and they would not come. And then, you know, you just see this, and everything is a choice between the left brain and the right brain, the carnal world, and nothing but problems, and nothing but violence, greed, and lust, and then there's the perfect way. And so it's just allegory after allegory. So go ye therefore into the highways. Oh, so Jesus is saying we need to get a Lamborghini, and then we need to go, you know, high speed on a highway, and, you know, driving around, and it's so cool. And no, the highways. Remember, he's high ram abiff. He's the high ram above, the highways. And as many as ye shall find, bid to the marriage. Cometh all, cometh all. Join us. We're going to have a great time at this alchemical marriage to God. So the servants went out into the highways and gathered together all, as many as they found, both bad and good. And the wedding was furnished with guests. Yay! Got to have guests. And when the king came in to see the guests, he saw there a man which had not a wedding garment. And he saith unto him, Friend, how camest thou in hither, not having a wedding garment? And he was speechless. Then the king said to the servants, Bind him hand and foot, take him away, cast him into the outer darkness, and there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. For many are called, but few are chosen. Don't get it. You just don't get it. You 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 don't get it. And if you don't get it, then Jesus is going to say to you, Depart from me, for I never knew you. Because you don't get it. And so what is the allegory that's being said here? Bind him up, hand and foot, because he lives, you know, with his head up his ass and his hands and his feet in his mouth, always saying the wrong word, always doing the wrong thing. And what did the king say? And cast him where? Cast him where? Out there. Out there. Go back out there. You like it? Yep. You go back out there. See how well you do. See how well you do this time. Right? Hands of man. The works of man. Out there. See how well you do. But you shall not know my true self. You will not know salvation. You will not achieve regeneration, because you will not transmutate anything. Out there you go. And that's the allegory here. They don't get it. They don't get it. You to an alchemical marriage not bearing a gift, right? He's not dressed in his best robe. He's not bearing a gift. He didn't come from the east. Where's your gold? Where's your myrrh? Where's your frankincense? Where's the melatonin? Where's the serotonin? Where's the dopamine? You show up to a wedding without a gift? You show up to the birth of our one true Savior, and you show up without a gift? What are you, from the West? Clearly you're not from the East. Because all the wise of the Magi tribe, what's Magi? Magic? The wise men of the Magi tribe from the east, they all showed up bearing gifts. Gold, myrrh, frankincense, melatonin, serotonin, dopamine. You go somewhere or don't bring a gift, bind his hands, put his head up his ass, bind his hands, bind his feet, throw him out there.
Nice.
Yeah, and then it gets into the this image and superstition and superscription, which is superstition, and then it's unsay unto him Caesars and this money thing, and he says, yeah, sure, bring me one of these trinkets from your Caesar. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this worthless penny. And and then saying, Master, Moses said, if a man die having no children, his brother, and then the parable of that the seed must go on, and that it is born through, and so this woman has had all the men, because that's what the feminine does. She is the bringer of life, and all must go to the mother. You cannot find the son unless you find the mother, unless you connect the mother. To get her, you have to be together. Together, we get her.
And
if
she's
we're
in the
together.
90%. She's in the right side.
She's on the right side of this. The only way to get 22 is 9 plus 13, or 2 11s. The 2 11s work as well. 11 works, but 9 and 13. And there you got your 22. See this? You see this? You see this? Yeah.
Yeah, when there's 7 of them, indicating the 7 chakras that we have to move through, we have to work through, and each time it's a descent, and we have to use the mother's help to gain past that particular one. And each particular chakra has its own set of difficulties to work through, and it's all so it's a different journey each time. But she is the one that helps us with each one. She's the one that leads us through that entire pathway all the way up.
Exactly. And so let me pass this back over to you guys with this. So then why is 32 such an important passage? Why is that verse so important? Is one of the most important verses in the entire Bible. I am the God of Abraham. I am the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. What do you know about Abraham and Jacob? And the fruit of the loin of Abraham is Isaac, and the fruit of the loin of Jacob was Judah. So if you want to put those 4 names together, Abraham and Isaac, Jacob and Judah, what do you have? If you've studied the Bible for yourself, and if you've read it for yourself, and you have a true understanding of just what's being said in plain sight, what have all of them done? They listened to the message of God within them, and they went on the most incredible journey where everybody else said that they were out to lunch. Nutskulls, losers. I can't stand you, and get away from me, and you disgust me, and blah, 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 blah. And off into the desert they wandered, and, in their 90s. And Sarai was 93 years of age, barren as a desert wasteland, the abomination of the desolation. But she listened, she obeyed, she changed. And then the miracle occurred, and she was blessed with an inner life, a joy so high and so happy, they called it Isaac, which is Itzhak, which is happiness. And Sarai became Sarah, which is the breath of God. And Abram became Abraham, which is the breath of God. That's why this is so important. Do the work. What does it say? Many are called. The many is everyone. Every single one of us is called. Few are chosen. Why? Because few listen. Every single one of us is called, and few listen. Colleen had this miraculous experience when she was driving her Audi in Calgary.
Never had an Audi.
Was it Which vehicle was it?
It was like a, I don't know, I forget.
I forget. So I thought it was an Audi. But so Colleen was driving, icy road,
Honda Accord.
Calgary, and spun out of control. You take it from there. What happened? And then it's the transmutation of her life and her journey.
It was the same story that I think it was Kira or someone
Yeah.
told the other day. Everything went into slow motion. I was aware of everything in real time that was happening around me in slow motion, and it was the most surreal but the most incredible experience. And I just remember being so cognizant of everything, and it was like everything was just brought into my one focus, and it was a beautiful moment. But I knew that I said to myself, this isn't going to end well. So my car went into a spin, and I rolled it in the ditch, and the next thing I know, and I don't remember hitting my head or anything, but the next thing I know, water is starting to pour in the car, and then I thought, well, I better get out. And but I wasn't scared, and I just this moment was so incredible for me, and it stuck with me. It was like I wasn't scared because I knew that in this moment I was present with God, and it was. I wrecked my car. It was completely totaled, but it's just one of the most incredible experiences I've had ever, and I'll never forget it. So it was really being present in the moment, and it was the most beautiful moment I've ever remembered. It was incredible.
Everyone is called, but few are chosen. She got the message, and this is what Colleen is today, in so many ways, a mother to so many, a mother of truth to so many, because she was called, she answered, and she has journeyed, and everyone within our families, kook, nut, lunatic, and alone in the desert, and both of us have been bestowed with the breath of God for going on this journey. So again, look at the names in 32. I am the God of Abraham. Abraham infused the breath of God within him. Born out of him comes pure joy and happiness, which is the secretion of serotonin in the pituitary, which is the mother, which is the miracle mother gland of the third ventricle of the brain, is the serotonin. And her son is Isaac, which is happiness, and it's the happiness secretion. You can't make this stuff up. It's just so brilliant. And then Jacob, and Jacob's son is Judah, who's the lion king. Rise and rise again, ye lambs, until ye become lions. Rise and rise again, ye lambs, until you become lions. But you can't rise, and you can't rise again unless you're in the east. Judah went to the east. That's why these names are there. That's what's being said. God is the God of the living. Who are living? Those that answer the call of the living God. And if you deny the call, and he loves each of you as much as everybody else, because he created you, and he created you all differently, so he loves each of you uniquely, so you're the apple of God's eye. We, by the way, kind of live on an apple. It's how the torus field kind of works, kind of like an apple. And we're the apple of God's eye because he made us all uniquely individual. So he loves all of us the same amount. And when you die, it's because you have no God in you. It's your choice. It's absolutely. And they lie to you from birth. Absolutely, they lie to you from birth.
So don't be a D-E, death eater. Be a R-E, revived, regenerated man.
Credence, Clearwater, revival. I cannot stress enough. The answer moving forward. Credence, which is truth. Clearwater, which is the diamond, the clarity by uniting the mother with the father. Revival. This is a revival. We're having a revival. Revival's all about family, but it's the family you make, not the family
of
that
the living.
The family of the living that you make, not of the ankle bracelets that you're birthed into this world with. Sorry. Oh, I said it again. Rats.
He's not sorry.
Yeah, and just speaking of like Abraham becoming Abraham and answering that call and turning it around. And there's just so many examples within the Bible of people turning it around and becoming the most beautiful instruments for God to work through. And just bringing the whole Charlie Ward thing back into it again, like that we want nothing more than for him to just turn it around and to be that beautiful instrument for God. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine all the influence that he's already got? Can you imagine him to convey humility on such a magnitude, to really demonstrate what it's like and to do the right thing? Like, wow, that would be incredible. It would be absolutely unbelievable. And that's all God wants. That's all we want. It's just people to recognize and to speak the truth and take that breath of God to answer the call and step into that. That's all we need. That's all we want.
And then when we do that, we get the gift of Isaac, of happiness. So those are the benefits. Who doesn't want that? And Sarah just saying, okay, I surrender whatever this is. And then the gifts, it's not like God doesn't say, well, that happened in 1972, so, you're screwed, sorry. It's not like that. It's like, let's wipe the slate clear. You're here now, because now is all that matters. Like Colleen's driving moment, that now moment just opened. That's that gift of eternity that we get. And for me, this quote is so much like, also there's the allegorical aspect to it, but it's Christ saying, I am. Like, this is who I am. Do you know who you are? Like, this is who I am. And God is the God of the living. And you guys are dead. So wake up, be a part of the living. That's like so clear. Like, it's like, hey guys, wake up, you're dreaming. You're having a bad dream. And it's a tendency, I think, that so many of us, like, if you see you're sleeping next to somebody and they're having a bad dream, you want to wake them up. Dude, it was just a dream. Just a dream, wake up. But these cats just want to stay asleep, so many of them. And it's just the gift of happiness is your divine inheritance. And that's what I think we need to tune ourselves back into. When we say what we are and that we want to be alive, we get all of these gifts of happiness, which is, I think, what everybody really wants. And it's just trying to get that, outside themselves, trying to get it through whatever it is, and food and relationships and sex and media and whatever. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that as well. It's just such a powerful integration. Beautiful.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and absolutely true. And of course, look at the words Justin uses and Marie uses, words like tuning. This is what it's all about. Your body, your physical body, is really not much more than a tuning fork. When you tune it in the right direction, then ye shall receive the rewards of God. That's turning it to the east. That's wearing the blood of the perfect Lamb upon your brow. But you see, that's not a physical thing that you paint on you. It's a vibration. It's a vibration. So remember I said that they measure waves of electricity or pulses of magnetism in 16 components. And with magnetism, it's eight above and 8 below. And in magnetism, they're all the same. Every component of a scalar wave is 16 components of 9 hertz. 16 components, every component to the 8 above, 8 below of the 8 of the scalar wave is in 9 hertz. It's unified. It's all the same. And 9 is divine. 16 times 9 is 144. Wear the mark of the perfect Lamb upon your brow. That's 144, which is 9. Wear the 9 upon your brow. Now, that's your brow. So I've taught you. So now what's right inside of you from the bridge of your nose upward, where the brow is, what's inside of you? That's the sphenoid bone, correct? Sphenoid bone is then the base to the dominion, which is the tent, or the firmament, the firm mind, the firmament, that's your dome. And then the whole purpose of this is to house and protect the most greatest creation of all that you have the essence of you, which is the Ark of the Covenant within temple, the Solomon's temple, and the third room, Solomon's temple holds the Ark of the Covenant, and there's a door to the right. So this is also the allegory for the samsara and the wheel of life. You know, and you're sick and tired of going around, around, around. There's a door to the right. That's the door that these righteous men go through in the third room, which is the door to the right, which is the pineal gland, which is the portal to God. And then you're filled with resin. You like the pine cone, you look, which is the resin of the pine cone, and then your head's lit and you're on fire. That's the light of God within you. When you walk down the road and people see you're the lighthouse because your head's on fire, and that light, the pulsing light of God, is showing everyone around you the rocky shoals. Be careful, watch out, rocky shoals all around here, because and then because you're bursting that light of God out, and you're wearing the resin of the pine cone. Well, you're just blasting pine seeds everywhere. You're just and then there's a chance that they could be planted in others. And that's what you do. That's how you save others, by exalting yourself, because that's the only thing you can control is you. So when you know, look at such a great example is Kira, and all of the inner work that Kira is doing to be such an enlightened and such a loving, such a beautiful, consistent soul. Is that's what, when every time Kira joins us and every time Kira shares something, that's what she's doing. She's essentially, you hear it as words. She hears it as birds chirping. She hears it as the birds singing. But I see it one level further, which is her spreading the pine seeds. See? And the pine cone will only release its seeds if it's aflame. Aflame, the flame of God. A flame. If it's a flame, then the seeds come bursting out. And that's what Kira is doing. That's what Kira does. She shares pine seeds to everyone. That's what she's doing.
The crucifixion.
Waiting for the crucifixion, hoping those. Now, you guys are going to. I want you guys to speak to it as well. Look at the back part of this chapter. Okay, let's focus on this, and then we'll move to the next one. So we've risen up the seven seals that are upon the spine. And so now, how do the Pharisees, the lawyers, and the scribes respond to what's being said here? So 32 is such an important line, right? Well then, how does the devil respond in 33? And when the multitude heard this, they were astonished at his doctrine. But when the Pharisees had heard that he had put the Sadducees to silence, they gathered together and they started to plot. And they started to plot against Jesus. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting Jesus, saying, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? What does Jesus say and do? And he shows us the way. And these are the only two laws that will exist in the freak sense family, in the freak sense world. These two. This is what he says. Brilliance, genius. Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. You know what that is? That's the truth. Because God is the creator of all, which is creation, which is the truth. Because it's creation. So he's the creator of creation, which is the truth. He's the truth. God is the ultimate light, the way, and the truth. Truth. So this is satyagraha. Satya. This is satyagraha, the pursuit of life. That's what Jesus says. That's profoundly Hindu. That's profoundly Indian. And that's what Jesus said. Then he says one other. And second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. That is ahimsa. The Sanskrit word. Cause no violence in any fashion to anyone. Why? Because you love thy neighbor as thyself. You would not cause thyself harm, cause no harm to thy neighbor. And neighbor, of course, is, a horse neighs. So it's a boar. So you got a horse and a pig, right? So it's far more than just man living in a house next to you. It's the living creation of God. Cause no violence against the living creation of God. So Jesus had a chance on his pulpit to say whatever he wanted. And he said two things, and they're profoundly Hindu, and they're profoundly Buddhist, and they're profoundly Indian, which is Aryan. And he says, connect to the truth as a way of life, cause no violence to anyone, because you love thy neighbor as you love thyself. And that's what he said. That's what he said. He just told you the basis to the Bhagavad Gita and to the Quran. There you go. There you go. And what did these plotters, how do they respond to this, which is unapproachable? You can't try to demasculate those words. They're perfect. And the fees were gathered together. Jesus asked them, because he's as king. He's as king, so he asked them, saying, What think ye of Christ? Whose son is he? And they saith unto him, the son of David. And he saith unto them, How then doth David in spirit call him Lord, saying, The Lord said unto my Lord, Sit thou on my right hand till I make thine enemies. Oh my God. And so you see what he's saying to these devils, knowing full well, right? If David then call him Lord, how is he his son? And no man was able to answer him a word, neither durst any man from that day forth ask him any more questions. So in plain sight, Jesus is putting it right back on them. And what did Justin say in chapter 21? They didn't respond because they can't. They didn't respond because they can't. Because he gave the perfect answer. They tried to tempt him, and Jesus set them up with the perfect question, which is, there's no answer for it, and they shut up in silence, and everyone who was there observing went, wow, I like that guy. I like that guy. And they dare not lay a finger upon Jesus, because the many were there and the many were taken with the man from the Sea of Galilee. Not these demons, not these Pharisees, not these lawyers, and not these scribes who plotted against our Lord, our Savior. And that's why we're in this mess that we're in today. And that's why all of these horrible things have happened, because we simply let them. The world out there is a construct. It's not real. So when Marie was talking earlier in the show about all the problems that are out there for priests being in the community and stuff, it's not real. It is thin veneer wrapped around thy mother earth. It smells, touches real, it tastes real, but it's not real. It's an illusion. But worse than that, therefore it's the great deluge, it's the great flood of the tears and the suffering and the pain of man, that we should live upon this veneer rain curtain these demons have constructed with lies, instead connecting to the Mother Earth, who is perfect in every single way. It's not real. Stop paying any attention to the perceived problems that you think you have in your life from the past, or if somebody knocks now. No, I don't you. You have no power. You have no power here. But as Marie said, as the little kids, they have to go forth, palms in, arms crossed, bind it to the front, and forced to drink blood and eat flesh. No, palms outward. I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to sell. Palms forward. You have no power here. For I am the child of God. I am the light of this world. Join us and be free. Join us and be free. And that's what's being shown here. It's just genius and brilliance, and it is the way. commandments. And remember, they are your pastors, they are your priests, they are the clergy, they are the churches, they are religion.
Yeah, and I really love how in the two commandments that he hones in on when he reads the second, and the second is like unto it. So we can read the first like the second, because we should love all is of God, all are children of God. This is all God's creation, and we should love it with all our heart, all of our soul, and with all our mind. And so that's why when you truly embody that, when you truly have that, you can't commit any atrocities against another, because you see it's all of God. You see all your brothers and sisters in front of you, even those who do wrongs and commit wrongdoings. It's still love within that. It's still recognition that they are still of God, and there's always a chance to come around. Not as an excuse any sort of wrongdoings, but it's certainly, you always have that foundation of love and understanding that they are my brothers and sisters, they're family. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on that quickly.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah,
can move on. I mean,
yeah,
it's all just perfect.
it really is. All right, let's roll into 23. So then spake Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do, but do not ye after their works, for they say and do not. For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries, and enlarge the borders of their garments, and love the uppermost rooms at feasts, and the chief seats in the synagogues, and greetings in the markets, and to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But be not ye called Rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren. And call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father, which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even Christ. But he that is greatest among ye shall be your servant. And whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. But woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For ye neither go in yourselves, neither suffer ye them that are entering to go in. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye devour widows' houses, and for pretense make long prayer, and therefore ye shall receive the greater damnation. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, ye make him twofold, more the child of hell than yourselves. Woe unto you, ye blind guides, which say, whosoever shall swear by the temple, it is nothing, but whosoever shall swear by the gold of the temple, he is a debtor. Ye fools and blind, for whether is greater, the gold or the temple that sanctifieth the gold? And whosoever shall swear by the altar, it is nothing, but whosoever sweareth by the gift that is upon it, he is guilty. Ye fools and blind, for whether is greater the gift or the altar that sanctifieth the gift? Whoso therefore shall swear by the altar sweareth by it, and by all things thereon. And whoso shall swear by the temple sweareth by it, and by him that dwelleth therein. And he that shall swear by heaven sweareth by the throne of God, and by him that sitteth thereon. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye pay tithe of mint and anise and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. These ought ye to have done, and not to leave the other undone. Ye blind guides, which strain at a gnat, and swallow a camel, woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within they are full of extortion and excess. Thou blind Pharisees, cleanse first that which is within the cup and platter, that the outside of them may be clean also. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye are like unto whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones and of all uncleanness. Even so ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because ye build the tombs of the prophets, and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore ye be witness unto yourselves, and that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers, ye serpents, and ye generation of vipers. How can ye escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets and stonest them which are sent unto thee, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. For I say unto you, ye shall not see me henceforth till ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. There's that passive Jesus, just letting everyone do everything. No worries. Y'all just do what you like. I'm not gonna call you out. No, telling it like it is.
Unite.
Go ahead, Marie, because you're going to burst if you don't. So it's incredible. Hey, thank you, Justin. Beautiful.
Smoke coming out of my ears. I was just like, what? But just real quick, just that we never hear this side of Christ in church. And that's why it's so important to read this. Like I read this chapter that was like, I read it and then I just read it and then I read it again. But it's like, wow. And the Pharisees, I just want to say one more thing. The Pharisees as the church leaders, like I'm still kind of processing that, but it makes perfect sense. I'm having all of this flush of memory. So for those of us who were raised in, Catholic, Orthodox, backgrounds, this is deep. This is really big. So I just real quick wanted to say that that's where I'm at. I'm kind of feeling all the feels. But this guy was not to be messed with. This guy was not to be messed with. And he was so fierce. Such a beautiful quality of knowing your God self is this like just knowingness, fierceness, just chopping people's heads off. Yeah, that's all I want to say right now.
Yeah, just calling them out. I mean, at the beginning, I love how he gets into first calling out the leaders, the Pharisees and the scribes, and saying, look at them dressing fancily and making other people work and gathering their, essentially their slaves and having their praise and their false sense of authority. But then he gets into there's only one as your master, so you can't serve two masters. And if you're serving these worldly possessions and serving these desires to be, you're serving Satan. You're serving the antithesis of God. And I love it how he says, for one is your master, even Christ. So even Christ has even us, even the Christed ones, still your master is God. There is one God, and all ye are brethren. So we're all family. And I, to me, this just hones in on the fact that this is not talking about just one instance of Jesus Christ being the only one to do this process and that's it. This is saying that we're all brethren. we all can do this and we all should do this. But even when you get to that point, you still just have one master and you still serve God. Like it goes all the way. And then he continues, and call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father, which is in heaven. And this goes back to what Charlie's spoken before about our parents, bless them because they help facilitate our transition into this world, but they are a pair of prince. They are not our father and their mother. They are the ones who initially helped give us a set of circumstances and lessons at the very beginning, but we have one Father, and he's up there, and he's in here, really. He's seated within, and yeah, just a very powerful reminder of that. And then he jumps straight into, but he that is greatest among you shall be your servant. So this is just again calling out that we have to serve. We have to serve others. There's no other way around it. If we're exalting ourselves, if we're saying, we're better than, or we have some sense of superiority, then you're missing the point. We have to serve. And he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. Whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased. So anyone who does that will be taken down, and he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. Right there.
But they swallow camels.
Yeah.
They swallow camels whole. And we take the load off of Fanny and lead the camel in through the eye of a needle. Because we're the true debtors. And when we let go of our baggage, we become the creditors. And we're golden. Credit is gold. That's the gold standard. The gold standard is based upon credit, which is solvency. Solvency is crystal clear vision, the diamond, but that's salvation. And that's the light inside the diamond, which is the child of the mother and the father. So you see banking and all the terminology with regard to banking, it's all about this one story. It's all about the Holy Trinity, and it's all about this journey. So now, numerology, right? This is so important. This is the book of Matthew, the book of books. This is huge. This is chapter 23. What's 23? Even 107 talks about 23. 2 plus 3 is 5, which is crucifixion. 23 is often known as the Punisher, the number of the Punisher. And so this is preparing those for what they must go through to seek and have salvation, which is crucifixion. Okay? So 23 is the Punisher. And so what is being punished are the serpents at the head of this snake that is the same talking snake from the Garden of Eden. This is the one that lured Eve and then Adam out of heaven upon earth into the duality. And so now it's punishment time from Christ our Lord, who holds nothing back and who speaks the whole truth again and again and again to drive home this point of who the true demons are. So once again, Justin just came back. So once again, 23 is the number of the Punisher. 2 and 3 is 5, which is crucifixion. They must all seek crucifixion willingly if they're going to have any chance at this kingdom of heaven. So beware. Chapter 23, here cometh the Punisher. Now, verse 2, 2, 3, 2. This is within the temple of the mother is the 3. 2, 3, 2 is 7, which is God intervention. So this is going to be very powerful. You know it's going to be powerful because of the numerology of verse 2 of chapter 23, which is 7. The scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, for he went through the desert alone for 40 years in preparation to lead the children of God out of bondage in Egypt, to part the Red Sea. The Red Sea is the red bull, the lower bull within you, that is your emotions, being ruled by your emotions. And Moses led them through the land of emotion and being a slave to emotions and cross into the hallowed land, hallowed by God. So sit in that seat, but they won't. but they won't. Hear me now. They won't. And that's the whole problem with them, is that they won't ever. So don't be so nicey, lovey-dovey to go handing out your forgiveness. You can't hand out forgiveness to those who don't seek atonement. They must seek atonement first. If you hand out your forgiveness to those who are not in atonement, you're allowing them to do this again and again and again. And it's just because you're weak of mind. Be strong of mind in tension, in the tent, in the firmament, the firm mind of God within. There's no forgiveness to hand out to people who don't seek atonement. So they will not sit in the seat of Moses, who did the work for 40 years. All, therefore, whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do, but do not ye after their works, for they say and do not. That's the whole point of this world. They say and do not. They say and do not. This world's all supposed to be, we got laws to protect. No, that's not the truth at all. We don't have laws to protect us.
And we're not just talking about the politicians.
That's right. For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders. For they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. No. Everything is our fault, right? And that's how you get the story of no God and the random. So now we live in this reality where, well, there's two truths. You can be a creationist, cuckoo, God did all of this. Or you can be hip and cool and hang out with all the right people. Maybe be on an episode of Bill Maher. And you can be scientism. And it's all just random. There was nothing. And then there's suddenly, out of nothing, there was a random explosion that created everything. And everything just wants to be in balance and peace and love and harmony with one another. Everything within this creation that just happened out of nothing just wants to unify with one another in peace, balance, harmony, which is this equilibrium, which is the middle way of the mother. No, we want to rape the mother. We want to own the mother, dress her up in scanty clothes and look at her breast cleavage. And that's what we want of the mother. We don't want the middle way. We want to own her, to get her, to own her. This is again, Babylon, and this is the building of the Tower of Babel, trying to take heaven by force. They're just demons. They're demons. But all of their works they do for to be seen of men, make broad their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their garments. Exactly. They are a house of cards. So there's nothing there. There's nothing. It all looks like it is. What did Tesla say to describe Einstein and the theories of special and general relativity? What did Tesla say? It's like taking a beggar off the street and dressing it in richly purple garments and robes and clothing it as thou king when it's still just a beggar off the street. That's what Einstein was and is. A beggar off the street that was dressed in royal purple garb. That's what they do. They take lies and then they dress it all up. So the Rockefellers walking around the streets of New York, originally fearful that everybody would know that they're a Rockefeller and then kill them because they're the makers of all of this scarcity and depression. But no, Bill or William or Rockefeller, Wild Bill, and then his descendants, they hired marketing firms, marketing teams to say, how is it that we can win the people that we're attempting to kill and swindle and control and force into starvation and poverty? How can we get them to like us? Well, you have to dress like this. And then you go out and you hand out pennies in the streets.
We'll call it philanthropy.
And we'll call it philanthropy. You care about people and you give back your riches 1 penny at a time. And that's literally what old Bill did, is he dressed up in this purple garb but he's still just a bone from the desert. And they dressed him up in purple garb, and he looked like a bone from the desert. And he handed out pennies to people because he's a good guy. He's a good guy, enslaving you to a system of lack and pain and suffering. Wow. Be not ye called rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren. And call no man your father upon the earth, the one is your Father which is in heaven. Once again, the separation between earth and heaven, the separation between physicality and something else. There's something more. The world where they swallow camels whole, where we take the load off of Fanny and walk through the eye, crawl through the eye on our hands and knees, the eye of a needle. Oh, there's no better chapter. There's no better chapter to introduce to the many and get them on side with that everything is a lie. Because what is Jesus saying in this chapter? Everything is a lie because these people are the ravenous wolves at your door. And to get in to your door, they will say anything. And that's what you need to look at this. You need to look at this as an allegory. That everything that's happened for the last 100 years, 300 years, 1,000 years, the last 6,000 years of the Babylonian captivity has been a ravenous wolf knocking at your door. Why do you think Red Riding Hood, a ravenous wolf, or the Three Pigs? Those stories exist because they're telling you who they are and what the game is afoot, and what this game is in plain sight. So they're ravenous wolves at your door, and they need you to let them in voluntarily because you hold the power, because you're a child of God, and you must consent to their will. And that's this importance of asking the questions. They never get in your door because you keep asking questions to them. Can I come in? Who are you? Well, that's a difficult question to say who I am, but maybe I could come in and show you. Why would you say such things to me? I have to go by. By the second question, they've turned around and run when you start asking questions. You want to get rid of someone who's selling you something? Ask them questions. Jehovah's Witnesses bothering you at the door? Ask them questions and watch how quickly they'll leave. Remain as king, and they have to run because they're Satanists and they can't be in the presence of Christ. When you ask king and when you ask questions, then you are as king, which is Jesus Christ, and they can't be in the presence of Christ our Lord, so they'll turn and run. It's a good thing to remember, handy. So I want to go over, there's just how many times, woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees. How many times he has to say this? How many times? The entire chapter is built on woe unto you. And who are the scribes? Who are the Pharisees? Who are the lawyers? Nobody seems to care. The game is rigged. The table is tilted. Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Scribes and Pharisees, that's your religion. Oh, Lord. So, and love the uppermost room at feasts and the chief seats in the synagogues. Love the uppermost room. Earth, wind, and fire. Moving soon. Where? Upper room. Upper room. Love most the upper room at the feasts. Feast thought in the Bible about feasting and fasting is not talking about food. God dealt with food in Genesis 1:29. Let thy food be thy seeds of thy fruits, of the trees, of the fruits and the vegetables, and you eat them, and then you poop them out, and they grow trees, and that's it. That's it. Genesis 1:29. That was it for food. Simple, straightforward. Let's move on. Everything else in the Bible is talking about this, feasts, and feasting is in your mind. And if you're a gluttonous pig, you know what you're going to get. And if you're a fasting, penitent man of God, you know what you're going to get. One is a debtor, one is the creditor. The humble camel who fits through the eye of a needle is a creditor and shall receive all of the true riches of God. in heaven. So very important. 6, 23, 6. And love. 2 plus 5, 2 plus 3 is 5, and 6 is 11. So this is the number 11. And love the uppermost room at feasts and the chief seats of the synagogues. Agog, remember what we said? To goggle at, to and glory over the sin. The sin. So you have to go to the upper room, and when you get to the synagogue of feasting, then you fast. You fast. And you better be fast. To the right. Cast thy net to the right. Fast. That's what is being said here. There's nothing about food. It's not the killing and eating of animals. It's the slaying of your carnal thoughts, which are beasts if you take them. Because you're filled with lies. So you can't help but produce carnal, bestial thought. You live in lies. You don't know any truth. So you have to cast thy net to the right. That's going to the upper room and fasting. The feasting is the fast. Why did everybody else has all fast? All that is, that's the real feast fasting. And what does fast mean? Take no thought for your life. What did I say last week? What is Jesus saying? Every page, every single page in the New Testament. Take no thought for your life. There's nothing bigger nor important. Take no thought for your life. When you take no thought for your life, you're living, because God is the God of living, and you've just invited God to come in and to complete you. Take no thought for your life. That's why that is so important. And whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. But woe unto you. Listen to the things that are now being said. We'll just quickly go through them. Because ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men, for ye neither go in yourselves, nor suffer ye them that entering to go in. Nope, that's a sin. That the Catholic showed $1 million video showing people that you can do it, but it takes you directly to the devil, and he steals your soul forever, and there's no getting it back. Game over. That's sick. That is sick. And these people will suffer righteously, perfectly, justly for all the things that they are doing. No mistake. Make no mistake. These demons. Woe unto you, for you widows' houses for a pretense make prayer, therefore ye shall receive greater damnation. Who's a widow's house? What's a widow?
I've turned off your video, Charlie, to see if that helps your audio.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what is it classified to be a widow? Is to lose your husband, right?
Right.
And okay, we're supposed to be alchemically married to God. So widows are those that have lost their connect to God, and you prey upon them in pretense, make long prayer, and ye shall receive the greater damnation. For you look upon those the most vulnerable, women, the elderly, and our children. And woe, the greater damnation shall be yours. For ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte. And when he is made, ye make him twofold more than the child of hell than yourselves. Wow. Woe unto you, blind guides, who cannot see, because they cannot see, that shall swear by the temple it is nothing, but shall swear by the gold of the temple is the debtor. That's right. So all of your riches of this world, the Catholic Church with all of its gold and all of its possessions, all of its art, they are debtors. They have no credit. They cannot never get a loan from God, ever, constantly in a sea debt. And that's their maritime admiralty laws. Of course they're in a sea of debtors. Ye fools and blind, whether is greater the gold or the temple that sanctifieth the gold? Right? Take the load off of Fanny and enter penitently into the temple of Jerusalem with Jericho, which is the third ventricle of your brain. Penitent man shall receive the cleansing of the gold by God. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Ye blind guides which strain at a gnat and swallow a camel. Wow. Make clean the outside of the cup, but the platter. And then I saw Marie really wait to this and then almost be sick of it. So the first example of this is with the cup and the platter. And then it's full of extortion and excess, right? What are the Jesuits? Extortion and excess. And then it goes to the whited sepulchre. As most of you don't know, a sepulchre is a tomb. So this is the pure tomb of within, or the tomb of Jesus Christ, who ascend up after 3 days to the Father in heaven. So this is the whited, pure, perfect tomb of man, the sepulchre. Indeed appear beautiful outward, down in front of it, and the roll of the rock, but are within full of dead men's bones and all uncleanliness or uncleanness. So even ye so also outward appear righteous unto men, but within are ye full of hypocrisy and iniquity. What more does Jesus Christ to say? What more needs to be said? Who are the scribes and the Pharisees? This is the lawyers are the unseen part, but these are the two seen parts of religion. And every Sunday, how many people go into churches for their connection to God? And what is Jesus saying? That's the last place you want to go. For surely not a single stone, we're going to hear in the next book shortly, not a single stone will be left standing. Not one. Why are you going there to pray? Why do you want me to see this new temple in this new town? The abomination of the desolation. The church of kingdom of heaven is within you. God is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. The abomination of the desolation is that it's in some bloody work by man. And they charge you admittance. And they make you sign cards. And if you ever attempt to leave them, then they harass you, because the rest of the people there will attack you. Ever anon will they attack you and never let you go, because you're free. And they can't have that. So you shall be attacked. So what does he say to finish this off that just says it all? Says it all, folks. Wherefore ye be witness unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed prophets. Abel was the first prophet. Cain slew Abel. You're a Canaanite. You're a Canaanite. And that's exactly who these demons are. And what is the next line? Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers. Ye serpents, ye generations of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? It's a rhetorical question. You can't. You can't. And that's a mercy. That's a mercy that you will go to hell. That's a mercy that you will, and you cannot escape it. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers. Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets able and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them ye shall scourge in your synagogues and persecute them from city to city, that upon you may come, and this is very key, all the righteous bloodshed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. You know what Zacharias is an allegory for? Zed. the completion, the completed Son of Man, foretelling his own murder, his own death, his own crucifixion at the hands of men. The blood of Abel unto Zacharias, the perfect, completed A to Z story of A to Z, right? Abel to Zacharias, A to Z, the completion of this perfect story of man, which is the journey of Jesus Christ. And ye shall tear him from limb to limb between the temple and the altar, you demons, you serpents, because you cannot exist in the light of God. And Jesus Christ is that light. And that's why we must raise Christ consciousness within us. And the only way is through the mother. And that's why they hate women. And that's why they rape the land and rape the mother constantly, because they cannot allow us ever to exalt the mother. Because if we start exalting the mother, then Christ within us rises, and then they're done for. Read the Bible. Read the New Testament. Jesus slays them in every single page of every single chapter. He slays them, for they are the dragon, and his knife is so hot because it's on fire, because he is that fire. One will come later to give you the baptism of fire. He's the baptism of fire because he is as king, and he's asking the questions and slays them with every question, because everything he says is the truth. Well, we all have our own truth, Charlie, said Satan. Said Satan. And I won't say sorry. That's the truth. Deal with it. Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come unto this generation. O Jerusalem, O Jerusalem. He's longing for home. Jesus is now in the city of Jerusalem, and he's longing for his home. He knows that he's the light of this world in Jerusalem. That thou killest the prophets and stonest them which are sent out unto thee. How often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. That's what Jesus does. He takes the stones on his head, on his shoulders, in his chest. But what does he do? He brings the children to him. Keep your children close to me, just as a hen gathereth her chickens, her chicks, her baby chicks, and protects, while he takes stone after stone after stone. And then you have the audacity to show up to the pearly gates of St. Peter and say, I want in. And Jesus says, depart from me, for I never knew you. Throwing stones at me. I never knew you. Depart. For I say unto you, ye shall not see me henceforth, but till ye shall say, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. And that's brilliant, because that's compassion, because that is forgiveness. That 39, 3 and the 9, which is 12, which is completion, which is the Trinity, 3, 1 plus 2 is 3, is perfection. For I say unto you, you shall not see me. And they don't. They don't see God. They don't know what God is. They don't see Jesus. They don't know what Jesus Christ is. Till ye shall say, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. And then, boom! Hey, Jesus, when did you get here? I never saw you there. Wow, come on in. Partake of our home, thy Lord. I never saw you standing there the whole time, but I was there the whole time. I was there the whole time, and you never saw me once. So this is forgiveness. And all you have to do is say, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord, which is righteousness, because the Lord comes from the east, which is right. Get on the right hand side of things, my brethren. Do what is right, and reap rewards of deeds that you sow. And we're going to finish today with 24. We have to get through 24. And this is what is known as and called the doomsday passage of the Bible. You gotta love this. Doomsday. Oh, it's all doom and gloom in 24. Nope. It's salvation. This is the one of the greatest chapters anywhere ever. Wow. This is 24, 2:4, the journey of man. And this is your salvation. This is very, so I'll let Justin speak to this, and then he can read through it. And wow. And how many verses, because we have to slay the dragon? 51. What does 107 teach about 51? 317s. When they're out for blood, watch out, because they do a 17, a 17, and a 17. And their cue stops transmutation, stops resurrection, stops the connection to God. Their cue stops God's creation and makes you live in hell forever. That's what their cue does. It's upside down. And everything they do is marked by 317s, which is 51. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's why there are 51 verses in chapter 24. The journey of man is that you have to overcome the black spell of the 51 cult. And the 51 cult are the children of Cain. These are the Canaanites, and this is the Phoenicians. These are the Venetians. These are the people that we're fighting. This is the cabal. And you have to defeat their 51 black spells. This is defeating 51 black spells, one verse at a time. Go ahead.
Yeah. So as Charlie said, that last chapter 23 was all about setting up, everything's a lie. These liars are just everywhere, and they've permeated everything, and they're just constantly killing anyone who tells the truth, and really just setting the precedent. And then y'all get ready for 24, because this is when it really comes home on what we got to do and what's going to happen, or what is happening, rather, I should say. So starting 24, and Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled. For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginnings of sorrows. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations. And then shall the end come. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whoso readeth, let him understand. Then let him which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Let him which is in the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day, for then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days shall be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. Then if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Behold, I told you before. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, Behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For wheresoever the carcase is, there will be eagles gathered together. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the power of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send the angels with the great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender and putteth forth leaves, ye know what summer is nigh. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah came into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So shall also be the coming of the Son of Man be. Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken, the other left. Two women shall be grinding at the mill, the one shall be taken, the other left. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man cometh. Who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord hath made ruler over his household to give them meat in due season? Blessed is that servant, whom his Lord when he cometh shall find so doing. Verily I say unto you, that he shall make him ruler over all his goods. But if that evil servant shall say in his heart, my Lord delayeth his coming, and shall begin to smite his fellow servants, and to eat and drink with the drunken, the Lord of that service shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and in an hour that he is not aware of, and shall cut him down asunder, and appoint him his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Brilliant. Thank you, Justin. Justin Marie, please feel free. Go ahead and comment. Incredible.
You want to start, Marie?
Um, it's just, I'm just really being a witness today. It just feels like so much.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm just sitting. I want to be with it and let it marinate. You go for it.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, the very first segment, and again, this is just so clear. Like anyone who reads the Bible, why would you ever go to a church? Why would you ever put your faith in these temples? Because it's just over and over again where, verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another, thou shalt be thrown down. So Jesus is just like, why are you paying attention to these temples and churches? They're worthless. But then it continues, and as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, so that's when he's up high in the temple, on the mount, just going over all of the things that are to come and shall be, and a lot of literalist Christians kind of look at these passages and see it as a way to think that the end is going to be this really violent time where all these things are happening, but then they refuse to even look around at what is happening and see what is going on and see that all of this is happening and it has happened. So we're in those times, but this is not something to be feared. It's a time to recognize that the power structures themselves are being broken. They're being destroyed. Like the time of transition is upon us, and it's not to and again, a lot of literalist Christians will take this as an excuse to just be sort of passive in it and say, well, it'll come whenever it comes, and I'm just gonna sit here and wait for Jesus to come save me, and therefore I don't have to do anything, and I'm just gonna ride this one out. But that's completely the wrong way to look at it, because I mean, it says over and over again that we have to be, like in the last segment, watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. We have to be vigilant, and we have to be doing the work at all times. This is not just picking a convenient time when we can step forward and be faithful and do the work. It's every moment and every day and every hour. It's a commitment. When you wake up in the morning and as you go throughout your day, it's a commitment to stay in that right brain and stay penitent within this, because yeah, it could be any time, and it's not going to be like, it's not going to be some moment or some like solar flash where people are just going to be snatched up by some aliens, or Jesus is going to come in on a cruiser and pick people up, or whatever like that. This is an awakening process. This is the Great Awakening. This is us coming into ourselves, and that Christ's light coming down and shining through those of us who have answered the call. And we've all been called, but few of us have answered it. And so answer it, answer it and pay attention and get with it, because the rewards are built into it. And it says so plainly here that this is what we're here to do. This is the choice that we have to make. Yeah, and also discuss. I love how it talks about the false prophets, the false Christs that will come and say that they've got it. All these truthers that claim to be following the truth, and they're just deceiving. And if we don't get really clear, if we don't clean our vessel, if we don't go within and really hone in on our discernment, then we will be deceived by these false Christs, these false prophets. Yeah, and I love the passage. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers. Because that's where God is. That's where Christ is. Christ is in here in the secret chambers. That's where we have to go. That's where we have to be in order to. We have to own that space. We have to complete this alchemical process. We have to own this whole thing, and then no one can deceive you. No one. It is impossible to deceive you. When you're shining, it is impossible. There is no way for darkness to permeate. There's no way for dark spells to work. Yeah. This is just it's an incredible chapter. It truly is just so powerful. I mean, you could read it over and over and over again and still get more out of it. But I'll kind of leave it there with my thoughts.
Beautiful, Justin. That's beautiful. Charlie, will you talk about the trumpets too when you go on your riff right now?
Well, and Justin, that was brilliant, and thank you, and Marie, thank you. And the trumpets are always the clear note, so it's clarity. So that's why always associated with the victory, Jericho, Jeremiah, Jericho, and the 7 buglers and the 7 pure sounds, crisp sounds from the trumpet. It's purity, it's clarity, and that is the uniting of the father and the mother, creating the diamond, and then you're the diamond child, diamond girl, diamond boy inside the crystallized structure, the 5D structure of man. So that's why the trumpet, because it's purity, cannot be corrupted. It is a pure single note of God. Wow, yeah. Let's take a look at a few of the key things here and really drive this message home. Okay, so please, there's so much here, but don't miss the message, because there is a one very simple and powerful message. So what is that? And Jesus answered and said unto them in verse 4, take heed that no man deceive you. There you go. There you go. Where did he say that? As he sat upon the Mount of Olives. Thank you, Justin, for remembering that and knowing that. And the Mount of Olives is you in your inner temple. And when the apostles came to him privately, this means that they were in meditation. Jesus left them, went up upon the mount once again to clear his mind of their chaotic minds, and they joined him and they sat around him and they created magnetism upon the Mount of Olives. They sat around and then they meditated. And then what is meditation? It's rising above the 5 physical senses of the body through the throat chakra. So every time you meditate, you're slaying the dragon. Every time you meditate, you're killing the beast, you're slaying the hydra, because you're rising above the sin, the moon goddess of sin and the sin of emotions, and you're rising up to the realm of God. And that's 6 and 7 chakras. That's 6 and 7 sense. That's intuition. Intuit. Tuit is gnosis, is this truth, inner truth of you. Is the intuition. And then telepathy is this instantaneous transmutation of gnosis from God to you, the child of God, because you're one. You're one. There's no speed. There's no speed. God is you. You are God. You are one with thy creator, thy father. There's no speed to this. It's faster than fast. It's faster than speed. It's instantaneous. And that's what telepathy is. It's the instantaneous transmutation of gnosis in every single moment. And to do that, you have to go up into, upon, and in the Mount of Olives. It's the only place. It's the only way. So, like I said to you before, how many times, and I did that great meme about crucifixion. Crucifixion is crossifixion. And that where do we cross back over? Because we have to go around Atlas, the 33rd. So we cross, it goes up and to the right, and it crosses back into the brainstem where? At the 12th opening, which is the hypoglossal opening. And on either side, this is real. This is not some story. You can even find this in the medical encyclopedias. On either side of the hypoglossal entrance into your brainstem, on one side, there on the left side, there is a pyramid, and on the right side, there is an olive. And even medical encyclopedias talk about this phenomenon on either side of the hypoglossal. So, on the left is the pyramid, which is raising out of the lands of Egypt, which is your left carnal mind, the red bull, and it is crossing over into the right bull, the higher bull, which is the olive upon the mount, which is the upper room. Moving soon, upper room, which is the significance of activating the pineal gland. Okay? So this is brilliant. And so this is so important, because when you do this, what did Jesus divine to say to them in silence? Take no heed that man deceive you. There you go. There you go. And it's everything that Justin, Marie, myself, we teach you week after week after week. Take no thought. Take no thought of your mind for your life. Take no thought for your life. Trust in God. Take the load off of Fanny and put the load squarely onto God's trust. He's got the strongest trust in the history of construction. All the weight can be handled by God, and that's what he wants you to do. And then you have divinity, because all your thought will originate from the source of divinity, which is thy divine Father, thy one true Father. That's all you have to do. So that's the key here, okay? So 3 to 4 to 5. And in 5, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, and see ye not be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation. This is what we're living in, like Justin said. This is what, and these are the beginnings of sorrows. These are the beginnings of sorrows, because upon these sorrows will come worse sorrows. Because beneath the grounds, beneath all of their wars to distract you, their wars to make you go off to war and live in fear, their wars to create chaos in perfect order, in perfect silence, which is the land. That's why the wars exist. But what's going on are the sorrow of sorrows, which is under the ground. But these are the beginnings, because they're hiding you from greater sorrows, which is the harvesting of children beneath the ground. What does Jesus say? As a hen, I shall take all of your children and hold them close to me while I get thundered by rocks and sticks and rotten tomatoes. Will they heave at me? But I will protect your children. Keep your children close to me. Because these are the beginning of sorrows. The wars above are to distract from the devilry below. And they shall deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And this is what's happening right now. And when I teach these things, which is not me interjecting any opinion, because that would be worthless if I did so. Rather, all I do is tell you in plain sight, clearly what is being said by Jesus in the Bible. Then it's a cult to follow Charlie Freak, right? It's perfectly normal to follow Charlie Ward. But if you follow Charlie Freak, you're a freak and you're in a cult. Isn't that what Jesus is saying? They will fight the fire with actual fire, and they will attempt to burn the heart of you. What does Moriarty say to Sherlock on BBC Sherlock? You're going to kill me, Sherlock says. He says, no, I'm going to burn the heart out of you. And that's what they do. And then what did he do? He went about to assassinate Sherlock's reputation to the masses. But it's not the truth. Doesn't matter. It's not about this news. It's not about the truth, you idiot. It's the news. It's printed, so people will believe it. It's not about the truth. And they will attempt to burn you for my name. And that's what happens. So look at those that are casting stones upon us and calling us a cult, when all we're doing is selflessly, righteously saying, no, you need to read this for yourself. You need to see this for yourself. And you need to make a decision for yourself to cast thy net to the right. Wow, what a cult. What a cult. Nobody's asking you to buy XRP. Nobody's asking you if you're going to buy, well, and do your Bitcoin first. But if you're going to buy gold and silver, I got a good company. And and if you spend this much, they're going to give you a free coin. I think that's a pretty good deal. What would Jesus say to that, my friends? You already know. You already know what Jesus would say to that. So, yes. So, and again, this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all of the world for a witness unto all nations, and then the end shall come. So the end times is when the God spell is taught the world over, especially to our children, and then the end times will come, because the end times is what he's about to say next. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place. What's being said? When ye therefore shall see. So what preference that? What came before that? And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. Only when the true message of God and of Jesus Christ is taught will the end of the abomination of the desolation occur, because then you shall see. But in 15, when ye therefore shall see, but you won't see until 14, when this gospel of the kingdom is preached. So what have they done? This tells you everything. Why have they created religion? Why have they created organized religion? Why do they own the Dalai Lama? Why is the Dalai Lama a pedophile? Why is all of the popes pedophiles? Why are all of these these righteous preachers in America for all these different types of Protestant religions, Baptist, Anabaptist, why are they all having affairs with underage girls? And why are they all into pornography and child pornography? Why are they all about riches? Why are they all about their houses and cars? What's that young guy that Oprah has on, and he's one of the wealthiest people that the world knows, and everybody loves him because he's so successful, and all he does is teach about God. This is why, because they can't let the gospel of the kingdom be preached. The gospel of the kingdom is God's spell, which is English in plain sight, and they obfuscate everything. And that's what religion is there to do. Nothing proves this more than this chapter and this passage. Why does organized religion exist? To ensure that the kingdom of heaven shall never be realized within you. That's why. And that's why 23, the punisher, the bringer of pain in 23 came first, to then this in 24. And what is it all about? When you hear the gospel of this kingdom, therefore ye shall see the abomination of the desolation. Okay? And abomination is the ultimate abomination because it is the most unpure. That's what abomination is. It is impurity. There's no mother, there's no father, there's just rape and murder and bloodletting. And then that leads to blood drinking and flesh eating, which is what the Catholic Church is. They show you in plain sight. And what is desolation? Desolate, to be desolate, is the desert, where nothing grows, where everything looks the same, where left is right, where up is down, where north is south. You're lost. You're lost. This is the abomination of the desolation, because the kingdom of heaven is within you. And you go without you and pay money to people so that they will keep you from going for free anytime you want within. This is the abomination of the desolation. Perfection exists within you. Why do you go without? I did a wonderful meme, and it said, when you find out that God, the Mother Mary, Jesus Christ, and Santa Claus all live inside of your head, why the hell are you going out and partying with your friends on a Friday night? Why don't you stay in and hang out with your mother, your father's best friend, and your best friend in Jesus Christ? Why would you go anywhere else? And you do out of habit. All they do is teach you habits. That's why the Catholic Church has nuns who wear habits, because they're teaching habits. It's habitual. So even though it works against you and it's flat out wrong, well, we've done it forever. So come on, Charlie, back off. We've done this forever. Okay, but you're eating children. I know, but we've done it forever. Yeah, but you're eating children. That's you're just lost in the desert. Then let them which be in Judah flee into the mountains, get high. Let him which be on the housetop not come down. You're already high, don't come back down to go into the house. Do not go back to your body, stay in your mind. That's controlling with controlling the red bull with the blue bull. On the roof is the blue bull. Going back into the house is entering into the fire of the red bull. That's taking thought for yourself. But pray ye that your flight be not in winter, sans life, which is death, neither on the Sabbath day. Do not be in flight upon the Sabbath day. But what is Saturday to us? Saturday is the most flightful day, is the most chaotic day, right? And by the way, when we go on vacations, ever notice how they teach us, habitually teach us when we go on vacation to go to sea level? You know, the best place to go on a vacation, and I fell into that trap as well, always, go to Mexico, or go here, go there, go somewhere where it's warm on the ocean, and that's just paradise. And then you're in a hotel that looks exactly like, Main Street, United States, or looks like Rodeo Drive in Los Angeles, in Hollywood. And you go there and you shop for your Rolex watch, and you go down to the beach, and a waiter brings you alcohol for free. Nobody ever put that together, right? You're on a vacation, vacating the chaos, and they bring you free alcohol. And it's like, you can't put two and two together, can you? You can't see this, can you? Can you? If it was good for you, they wouldn't be doing it. It's so bad, and they're doing it for free, because then this is corrupting your vacation, vacating the outhouse. No, you take the outhouse with you. So think about this. When we go for vacations, how many of us plan a vacation to a mountaintop? Just Marie, just Justin and Marie. Everybody else is going to sea level, and buying a Rolex watch at a resort. They got you. They got you. They've got you by the balls. They've got you by the short curly ones. They've got you. They've got you through the things that those nuns wear on their heads, which are habits. And they've habitually taught us to be fools and be debtors and have no credit, which is golden, which is God. And when you have credit, you ask a favor of God. No problem. You got lots of credit in my bank. You got nothing but credit. You keep calling in those markers. You got nothing but credit here. And that's what this is. This is what's being said. So going through this, then, right, Justin brought up, then if any man shall say unto you, lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not, for there shall rise false Christs, false prophets, and they shall show great things and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Behold, I have told you before, wherefore, if they shall say unto you, behold, he is in the desert, go forth not, behold, your chambers, believe it not. That's what they're there. That's what's being said. I mean, what else needs to be said to you? What else do you need to be read? This is what society and religion are there for. But the words of Jesus, that's what he's saying here, right? Let's just piece this together. We can all do this. What's being said here? But Jesus says we have to go into the desert to discover ourselves and therefore God. No, go not forth. If you do, you're a sinner and you're going to be excommunicated from the church. But it says in the Bible that he is in the secret chambers. No, believe it not. Believe it not. If you do, you will be excommunicated from the church and we will hound you forever. You devil, you devil, you devil. That's what they're there for. That's what they're there for. So wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the power of the heavens shall be shaken down. It's you. That's you. The black sun is you. The moon without light is you. The stars falling from heaven in your firmament, your dome of your head, is you. And the power of heaven shall be shaken is you, because you're godless, because you have no God left in you. And that's what's being said here. And then you will fall, and you'll fall upon your knees. And what are the many doing right now? They are on their knees begging for handouts from these governments that have stolen everything away from them in plain sight. Corruption after corruption. They're all underage children, sex with male interns, and next time we'll just try elect a better one, and that will. Wow. And now learn a parable of the fig tree. Your tree's empty. It's supposed to be eternally abundant, but it's empty. Learn. So to finish off here, and it just gives allegory after allegory after allegory, but know this, that if good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. You see? But they never tell you when they're coming, and they never tell you when they're going to release the truth in plain sight. They never tell you anything. And so you're left guessing. And then you're distracted because of wars. And you're distracted because of debts and being a debtor. And you're distracted all the time. But if you knew when they were coming, you would have watched. And you would not have suffered your house to be broken up. And that's what they've done. Your houses are broken. Men and women divorced from people that they have sworn to be with forever. And your marriages are broken. And therefore your children are broken asunder. And then they grow up to have marriages that are broken apart. And we're a world of broken things because we exist on the material plane. And you're the pinnacle of creation. You're God's perfection. You're God's child. And we're a bunch of broken toys. And there's no parts being made anymore, right? Something's wrong with your blender or your computer. Well, it is 4 years old. Oh, so there are no parts. Yeah, well, come on. It is 4 years old. It's like ancient. If you have a computer that breaks down and they don't have a part for it, don't be mad at them. What the hell are you doing owning a computer that's 4 years old? Don't you know how old 4 years is? Buy a new one. Gosh, don't get mad at us for not making a simple, cheap replacement part so your computer can continue working on forever. No, buy a new one. So it ends with this. Therefore, be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh. You never know. The parable of the 10 virgins, 5 righteous and 5 foolish. You never know when the Son of Man is coming, so you must have oil in your lamp. Do you have oil in your lamp? Because blessed is the servant whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find so doing. Blessed is that servant. If you have oil in your lamp, you are blessed because you're doing work. See, it says servant. So it's telling you that doing the yoga correctly and meditation and a frugivore diet, these things as you as the humble servant, because that's the work you must do to enter into the temple of Solomon, which is your temple, which is where God exists, built by Hiram Abiff. So verily I say unto you that he shall make him ruler over all his goods. You're ruled by your goods. This is what the Buddha taught. This is pure Hinduism. This is pure Buddhism. This is pure India. This is pure Arianism. This is what Jesus taught. The same thing. Truthfully, say unto you that if you do these things, if you humbly do the work to know thy Father, he shall make you ruler over your goods, instead your goods ruling over you. Bodhisattva, Steely Dan, Bodhisattva, gonna sell my house in town. Bodhisattva, gonna sell my house in town. And I'll be there. Shine in your Japan. Sparkle in your China. Yes, I'll be there. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. And he always repeats it twice because that's the mother. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. Sparkle, the shine of your Japan, the sparkle of your China. Japan is your head, is the mind. China is your body, is the temple of your body. And I will shine in my Japan, and I'll sparkle in your China. Yes, I'll be there, Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. It's what we must become. We must become. And shall begin to smite his... Just wow, 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 wow. And if you don't do this, then you shall be cut asunder, and you will be portioned to the hypocrites, and there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And guess who you'll blame? It's Charlie Freak's fault. It's Donald Trump's fault. It's Q Team. They're not even real. Q Team, it's their fault. It's their fault. But when you point your finger, you got 3 more fingers pointing back at you. And that's the mother, the father, and the child within you going, nope, it's you. It's you. Stop blaming Trump. Stop blaming the Q Team. Stop blaming Charlie Freak. you need to do the work. This is all about doing the work. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant. So why would you read any other book? Like I share every year, I'm reading less and less and less and less and less, man. And all I'm doing is reading things from God. And that's how I know these things. That's why, and I want people say you go on for hours because it's coming to me because I'm doing the work. You have to do the work. And if you don't, if you should be portioned as the hypocrites, should be weeping of teeth, and don't come blaming Jesus. Like what did Marie say? So brilliantly, Marie said, what do people do? They blame God. It's God's fault, right? God's not real. Now I'm an atheist because God. Why would God let all of this happen? The first thing he gifted you was free will. Get that? Do you not know what free will means or what that is? You did this. He loves you so much that you have free will to do whichever you will. He wants you to choose him of your own free will. He doesn't want to make you a slave to him and say, you must do it my way or else. That's not a God. That's not a father who loves his children. That's a Kabbalistic nut. God says, I so love you that you will be free. And if you love me, that's the greatest thing in the world, because on your own volition will you come home to me. Stop this running around, my brethren. Stop the insanity. Take the load off of Fanny. Put the load right on God. Take no thought for your life. Let God shine the inner light within you, upon you, and let ye be the lighthouse for all others to observe. See, it is possible because I'm looking at Justin. You see, it is possible because I'm seeing Marie, Russell, because they are showing us the way in their transmutation, their transformation, and it is beautiful. And God loves them and blesses them because that's the highest thing that we're called to do. You are called to stand up for Jesus. Remember what Colleen and I said to you? More than anything else, why we did this is because when we figured all of this out, we looked at each other and we said, oh my God, they're trying to get rid of God and Jesus Christ. And we said, we will do whatever it takes to bring God and Jesus Christ back to you, because this is wrong. It's wrong. It's just wrong. And we don't care what happens to us because it's wrong, and you have to do what's right. And that's why we exist. That's what we're doing. And that's what you have to do. And oh my goodness, will you be blessed, and ye shall receive, because you'll be flowing with gold because you're a creditor. So
Trying to take away God, huh? Super close. Jeez. Watching The Matrix again. Haven't watched it for a long time. I'm only halfway through, but wow. That's another one of the story, how we need to be each other's saviors. We need our own savior, but to save ourselves is doing the work. Eating some freaky fruit. Powerful, Charlie. We're so grateful that you've done
yeah,
this. Show us how, and I don't think we're in a cult. I think we're in a family. I think so many people just don't know how to do family anymore because we've just been so effed up around it. We're learning as we go, and it's so much more fun here, isn't it? So much more love, so much more acceptance.
Yeah, I mean, if a cult is eating right so that you feel better than you've ever felt in your life, and meditating so you can connect with God, and doing all these wonderful things, then sign me up. I'm in it. It's God's cult, God's family.
I said something to Josh X once about culture. Like, what about the cultures and around food and the churches and all of our organized society? What about that? And he's like, oh, well, you were in a cult. there's the word cult is in the word culture. And it's
The
like, oh,
cult you are. Yep.
the cult you are. And now you step out of that. And then, those guys still in there go, you're in a cult, but you see their three fingers are still pointing back. So it's like what you said earlier, Justin, we just get, nothing can mess with you when you've got this vibe going. You can't, you're untouchable. you're in that creative power of God. So yeah, they can say what they want, but they're going to be the ones gnashing the teeth and being all weirded out when all of this really gets more and more disclosed. And it is. There was some stuff in the chat just now, but it's all happening, friends. It's all happening perfectly and beautiful. And I'm so grateful in a way that it wasn't all like done and dusted November 4th, because it's made me work a lot harder. I think a lot of us were just kind of like leaning back going, it's all going to be, no, it was like we had to do our part. And I think a lot of people really took it seriously. And most of you are here today. So lots of kudos to you guys for showing up, and for Charlie. Wow, just such an incredible decode of this material, which is so relevant every single day, every moment of every single day.
Yeah, I mean, we had to be refined. That's why we had to go through all of this. It's not supposed to be. I mean, it is easy in a sense in that it's very simple, but we are so far gone away from that simplicity that it has to be kind of difficult to get back to it. We have to go from one extreme all the way to the other. We have to come back to God, which when we were living in a world, a society that was godless, we got to change a lot. And if it had been solved on November 4th, we would have, like, I just looking around, even in the truth community, at what people were following and believing, and if it had all just gone away at that point, like, what would we have learned? If aliens come down and save us, like, what would we learn? What would we get out of that? If Jesus came back as a man and saved us, what would we learn? What would we gain from that? That's not the point. That's not the point of why we're here. That's not the point of this work. The point is to follow the path that Jesus laid. I had someone ask me in a comment the other day, do I accept Jesus as my savior? And I said, well, that's a pretty loaded question, because from a church perspective, um, they want us to be passive and just agree that, we don't have to do anything, and that Jesus is just going to come save me as long as I just accept him and pay my 10% tithing to the church, pay my fee to the church. Then all the rest is good and I'm good, which is so wrong. It's so wrong. But Jesus is my savior in the sense that Jesus is the path. Jesus laid the path, and that is the path to salvation. So I do accept that path to salvation, but that means me taking ownership of the work and the path that's laid, and I have to do it. I have to step into right action. I have to do the right thing. I have to cast my net to the right in every single moment, every single opportunity, every single instance, thought, feeling, whatever I'm doing, it has to be in that sort of way. Um, and I can falter, I can make mistakes, and that's okay as long as I'm trying, as long as God loves a trier, as long as I keep aiming for that, and that's my intention. It's all about intention. As long as my intention is to do the work and to get back up and to keep casting my net to the right and keep trying, then I will never fail. I can never fail. And nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop this. And nothing can stop us. And that's that light that we have to shine. That's that when we have this realization, when, as Charlie's shirt said, when we realize the real lies around us, then we can step into the truth. We can step into the truth and recognize and regenerate. All these RE words, they're so beautiful and they're so powerful. And every time I utter them, I just think this, wow, they really are the best words. And that's where we have to step into is to really take ownership of these and do it. This is not a passive. This is not a sit back. And one thing that the Q team is made up of people that are doing the work of God, and they are definitely having God work through them. But if there's one thing that I could change with how they operated, I would cut back a little bit on the the popcorn terminology and the sit back terminology, because I think a lot of people obfuscate that and view that as another savior and as another way to be passive. Now, granted, I get the intention with it, and that's to not go storm the streets and try and interfere with this military plan that's taking place, and to enjoy the movie because it is a movie. So I understand that. And I guess that's where we have to use our discernment and truly see what the message is, and not being viewed, not we shouldn't view Q as our savior. We shouldn't view Trump as our savior. We shouldn't view these as something that's going to do it all for us. They are giving us an opportunity to see for the first time, to have all of these lies be exposed so that we can see the truth. And for that, I thank them. I'm eternally grateful for their service, but it does not take away from my responsibility and my role and owning my process within it, and truly going within and doing the work that's laid before us.
Beautiful, Justin. And if I can just quickly jump in and add, I'll say this. Remember, they're doing this for everyone. And the fact of the matter is that you need to look at it this way. And here's one of the biggest reasons why it's Q in 17. Because these demons are the 10%, which is the left hemisphere of the brain, the Canaanites, which is the dime brain, the 10%. Therefore, we're the children of Abel, of that mind line of Abel, and then it's that's the 90%. But of the 90% of the children of Abel, there's only 1% of us that are awake. So there's 89% of the children of Abel that are fast asleep. What's 8 plus 9? 17. And so the Q is here to awaken the 89%. Because what did Jesus say? When you, my apostles, take not an extra robe, take not shoes, take not, your hair rinse and your brush and comb and your mirror and so, you just go with what you have, go and you serve, and go not into the towns that are already on side with this, but go to the towns, go to the cities that do not listen, will not believe, and you must suffer fools for this righteousness of God, for this this cleansing of the lands, for this preaching of the gospel that Jesus talked about. And this is what we must do. Remember, in 24:14, the gospel of the kingdom must be told. And then in 15 will come this revelation of the abomination of the desolation. So we must do this. And that's what they're doing. And so, yes, there's lots of things that we could nitpick here and there. And like you say, with the popcorn, sit back. But that, it rightly said though, Justin, because what you said was, but that's for now. That's in the desert. Don't lose faith. Know that this is a movie. Know that this is a show. Get, the analogy of get the popcorn, which would, just be cut up some fresh fruit. The analogy is that do not go out onto the streets and fight these. No, trust in the plan, which is God's plan. And that's why I've always said, Mark Devlin, everybody else in the beginning, because what they were saying is, Charlie, my goodness, you've really established yourself as like somebody who's really telling the truth and sees so much. Why? How could you have fallen for this Q hoax? Because it can't possibly be real. And it's like, all you have to do to know for sure is to read the Q drops yourself. If you take the time to do it, then you'll know. And then they don't make it easy. Q doesn't make it easy because there's a whole new language that we have to learn, which is symbology and numerology, which is righteous. So it's teaching us, and so what it's doing is it's teaching this entire new group of leaders.
And you have to be on the inside track. Inside yourself.
Absolutely. That's exactly right. And so they have the Q team has forced people to work so hard to be able to figure out everything. They don't spill anything out easily for you. And
But
you
if
know,
you had faith and you just trusted the plan, it all unfolds for you, which is what God is asking us to do. Stop thinking with the left brain. Let the right take over. Just relax. I mean, you still have to do the work, but that's the relaxing part. That's the meditation part. That's the allowing God part, taking the load off Fanny, being righteous, all of those beautiful virtues. That comes easy when you do the work. Everything just falls into place. All of the past cue drops, just all of a sudden they start to make sense. You reread them and you're like, of course, yeah. Now that time has passed and I see this plan has unfolded, oh my goodness, this is what this means now. I get it. I get what the whole evergreen thing means. I get it. I get it.
Yep, it is. It's thank you, Cole, and that it's been absolute genius and brilliance by this group, and they've shown nothing but patience. And as they say, they have not let out any secrets to anyone. So anyone that is attempting to tell you that they're on the inside, and then like I say, you know, with Charlie Ward, we call Charlie out on that, and Charlie then says, "Oh well, okay, here's the confusion. You're thinking, of course, that I'm talking to the Q team. No, I'm talking to the Q of the quantum financial system. That's the Q I'm talking to. And I've been working for them secretly for the past 6 years. Bullshit. Absolute effing bullshit. Because everything that you've been promoting people to buy is the antithesis of what they've been quietly, egolessly, through 3 days, 3 nights, through John Galt, Q on Galt, through Santa Surfing, egolessly, putting out there for you that you've been pushing the very things that these other egoless people are saying, don't go near, don't go near. But the many don't want to see. So this is for the 89% of the children of Abel, because there's only 1% of us that's awakened. And you know, the miracle that the Q team did, everyone, is they got the vast majority to vote for Trump in the previous election. But that's just a start. That's just a start. And many of those people are now waffling and angry at Trump for losing. He didn't lose. One of the biggest landslide ever. And as I said, election night, you know, if they really wanted to go back, I bet you they won everywhere. I bet you they won every single state. But they have at least awoken people enough that there's something wrong with the system, and you have to vote for the guy who's the outsider of the system. And that's why Trump portrays himself in a certain way. People call it ego, but it's not. That's Donald Trump just showing you that he's not typical. He's not a typical politician. He's different. And that's what, for at a very basic level, with many of these 89% that are asleep, that's what they needed to see. They needed to see something's wrong with the status quo. And we have to now look at something that's close to the status quo but different. Trump comes from that system, but he's clearly not a politician. Let's give him a try. And that's where we're at. So it's baby steps. It's absolutely baby steps. And you know, there's so much stuff that's come through the community that, you know, sometimes hints at aliens, and then sometimes clearly doesn't. And it's just teaching you to do your own research, teaching you to do your own work. But again, let me assure you, if you take the time to read the Q drops, you will see that this is coming from one mind, not a group of people, not a computer. This is from one brilliant mind that has clarity, that has done the work, has united himself inside or herself inside, and is sharing with you just the highest possible truth. It's genius. The Q stuff is genius. It's goodly. It's godly. It's all real. And, you know, we're going to do a show in the next little bit here, basically reminding everyone there's no other way. There was no other way. Why did God tap Donald Trump on the shoulder and the Q team on the shoulder to lead this? Because there's no other way. Their technology is so far beyond us. We are bear skins and stone knives is where we are with their level of technology. This would have been over in a heartbeat. And then they're doing things like the coronavirus, and then it's a vaccination, but you need this implant, these chips, and then these chips are what we're going to convey the 5G network to essentially shut you off, shut you down and shut you off. So, and that's what they showed you glimpses of in Wuhan, where they literally show people walking down the street, falling down and dying because they had been chipped. They had been chipped, and that was coming to all of us because they're not God, because they do not possess God's genius or God's powers. Nope, they're just disgusting, creepy little men living under the ground, and that's what they do. They chip you. They chip you to shut you off because they want you to just be a good asset. Just be something we can own. Play your role. Shut up. Go to work. Shut up. If we harvest some of your kids, shut up and do your work. That's who these people are. There's no grandeur. They're smoke and mirrors. They're liars. They possess no talents. They possess no abilities. They possess no genius. They've stolen everything from us. Everything has come from we, the 90% of Abel. They're bloodsuckers. They're parasites. They're nothing more. That's it. Go ahead, Justin.
Well, yeah, well said. I mean, yeah, well said. There's really nothing more to say. Yeah, there's nothing more to say. I mean, it's just an amazing show, amazing set of chapters. It's so relevant. It's so fitting that we're going through this now. I'm just so in such gratitude for God leading us here and for us answering the call to hear it. We're hearing the message. Yeah. Marie, did you have any sort of closing comments or anything you want to tack onto this one? You're muted.
I was muting because there was a plane. We're so blessed, and this is our protection. Our protection is to get in the center lane and walk the walk, and it's all happening. I just want to, you said something just now in the chat around fear and faith and how it's our decision. So I would just encourage everyone to shift out of the fear, which is the false evidence appearing real, and step into the faith, which is this is God's plan, and our plan is about our own salvation from insanity, and each one of us saving ourselves from our own insanity contributes to this timeline moving quicker. So just want to encourage everyone to stay in the mystery and stay open. Breathe. We're going to do yoga on Friday, 10 a.m. Mexico City time. I'll announce it on my Facebook, and I'll have Justin and maybe Tony share in the Freak Sense group. And then, I just want to let everyone know tomorrow I've got Josh X, Justin Josh. And I think we're changing it to 10 a.m. Mexico City time, but I'll announce that for sure before the end of the day. And thank you to my beautiful brothers, Justin and Charlie and Mama Bear, Colleen. You guys are amazing. And I'm I just feel really humbled and really grateful to be with you guys. One more thing. Kira had said something recently to me, and I just wanted to read it because it was so good. And it's a good way to end the show. She said, just give me one second. Here it is. I visualize us all together in our Essene community back in the day, hanging with Jesus, smoking a little sweet cannabism, playing music and getting downloads while we drank grape juice. And here we are doing it again. So.
That's beautiful. I love you guys so much.
Yeah.
Love you, Kira.
And the dogs love y'all too. I'm wondering if we can get your video working, Charlie, for this end so we can see your lovely faces. I'm not sure if the connection is good enough. But yeah, just on more announcements, we've got the Song Decode show coming up on Sunday, Monday, Miraculous Monday, and then Bible Decode again on Wednesday. I'm relocating on Friday, so I'll be driving around and moving about, looking for a good camping spot with some good service so I can stay connected with you guys. So yeah, I'm excited.
Justin,
Things are happening.
anything you need, brother, you just let us know, okay?
I
We're there
will.
for you, and I know you've got your plan right now with your aunt and uncle
Mhm.
in Texas, and that does sound right. But if you want to adjust the plan and just come see us now, you can do that too. You're our man son friend.
I I appreciate that, Charlie. Yeah, no, my trajectory is certainly heading your direction in due time. In due time for sure.
So just know that we love you more than anything, and we love you eternally in every single moment. So yeah, just know that.
It's mutual. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And we should just probably let everyone know to give you advance warning. Here's what we're going to do. Sunday night show, the decoding the music is going to be with Supertramp, and these are the songs of Roger Hodgson. So Supertramp's kind of amazing in that there were two songwriters, Rick Davies and Roger Hodgson. So Rick Davies, great songwriter, um, but Rick Davies is a great songwriter, but he's just somebody that's in his left brain. Great songwriter, but he's definitely in his left brain, and he just wrote about the carnal world. Roger Hodgson is this wonderful, wonderful little sprite, child of God. We all are, but Roger Hodgson just wrote all of these songs out of his right hemisphere of the brain. They are a collection. His songs are at the top of virtually everybody's greatest list, and they're all about this journey to God, the one story. And there's very few musicians, songwriters more important than Roger Hodgson, and he was alone in that band, and they just hated him after a while. They did. They hated him, and the things that they said publicly while they were still a band about Roger Hodgson was just incredible, because he put God first. And what I'll quickly say is that so that's Sunday show, and it's going to be great. 5 incredible songs. They're older songs. I didn't do anything from Breakfast in America. We'll do that in the future, but older songs, but they're incredible. And then what we're going to do for the following Sunday, so not this coming Sunday, but the following Sunday, is we're going to do it differently. Justin's going to run the show with Siobhan. I won't even be on the show until the end. We'll be watching. And we're going to play one song and one song only. And the song we're going to play is by Steely Dan. Can anyone guess the one song? And then we're going to let you guys decode it. So anyone who wants to, you don't have to, but we might get 5 people, we might get 50 people, never know. But anyone who wants to come on, Justin will get you the Zoom code, and you can jump into the show live. And then what you're going to do is you're going to do your decode on the Steely Dan song Charlie Freak. And you're going to see if you can decode it, and why I specifically chose that song to be my name, my moniker, which is Charlie Freak. And it just ties into everything, because that song is everything. And there's a huge hint. And the hint is this: the song is so well written that everyone just sees it literally. It's not. The song is an allegory. If you can see the allegory in the song Charlie Freak, then you've achieved something. And that's what the show is going to be. So that's not this Sunday, that's the following Sunday night. One song, Charlie Freak, and then any of you that wants to come on live and do your decode and just basically think, why would Charlie choose this, and how does it relate to our Charlie? then that's what the show is going to be about. So we all like the idea very much, and we're actually really excited to see what will come of it. And so that's what's coming. We just want to give everyone advance notice, because you're going to need to be able to just reach out to Justin ahead of time and just say, yeah, I'd like to be part of this, I'd like to be in, and then we can get it all done before that day.
Yeah, if you could do me a favor and email understandingtruth@gmail.com and just put in the subject line Charlie Freak decode. If you could put that in the subject line, that would help me out. And that way I can start making a list of who all wants to be there, and start figuring out how much time we can give everyone to do their decode. So if you want to be on the show, please do that. We'll keep announcing this in other shows as we move forward. I probably am going to have a cutoff date so that I can get everything organized and everyone situated as far as how many people we're going to get on. But yeah, email me at understandingtruth@gmail.com and we'll get you on the list and we'll get everyone on. It should be a lot of fun to hear your take and hear what you got to say. So yeah, with that, thank you all for joining so much today. We love you so much. Appreciate you for being here. It's truly amazing that, there's no other crowd where we can have 250 people in a live show that goes for 4 hours and still just here in it. I love y'all so much, and it means we're doing the right thing. We've got this is why people are so drawn to this. This is why I'm so drawn to this. I mean, I am so drawn to this. It's that magnetism. It's the truth. It's God. And yeah, that's why we're in it. So glad you're here, and we will see you around on the next time we see you. Love y'all so much.
So much. And again, remember, check up on all Marie stuff, because she's got Josh X. That's going to be amazing. And so stay in touch with Marie. We've got a new show that's going to be coming up with Marie, and we're really excited. We were talking about it last night, and that's really, really exciting. It's going to be an amazing show. And M Seeker of Truth is back in the house again, and we'd really, really, really like to shout out again to M Seeker, because again, he's literally getting threats on his life to do these things, and he's just pointing out to you in plain sight what's being said. That's the truth. I'm sorry, but it is. And you can choose to deal with it or not, but you gotta love that. And M Seeker Truth is not asking you for anything, and he's doing a great job. And that like Marie said, that mock-up video of Charlie calling the Q headquarters and the maid picking, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's hard work. That's real effort, and it's important. People look at this and they go, that's just him trying to tear. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's somebody who's asking for nothing in return, going, this guy is lying to you, and it bugs me that he's lying to you, and I just am trying to help you to see that he's lying to you. And that's incredibly selfless. So all these people he's just trying to make a name for himself by, what the? Oof. No, that's great work. It's selfless work, and it's the truth. It is the truth.
Did you say sorry again?
I did once. Sorry.
He didn't mean it.
It's all right. Yeah, I was telling Colleen the other day, just to give a little backstory on that I view when we say sorry all the time, we're actually casting a dark spell on ourselves, because we're acknowledging guilt. We're admitting that we are wrong in something. And so we should reserve our sorries for when we actually do commit a wrong, and not use them otherwise, because when we say them otherwise, it detracts away from what we're actually saying. And so we should just let our yays be yays and our nays be nays, and no sorries.
Yeah. So true.
But Canadians have a hard time with that, because they're very heavily programmed with the sorries. All right, guys. Another fantastic show. I love y'all so much, and we will see you next time.